Welcome new and old friends. My name is 2482, and today 42 decided we should do a compilation of some of the horror stories. So, turn off your lights, make sure your doors and windows are locked. Things are about to get spooky. Before we start, I would like to put a trigger warning on this video. This story deals with mental illness and suicide. So, if you need to skip this one, I understand, and I hope to see you next time. My parents were deadly silent in the car ride home as they collected me from the hospital after my latest suicide attempt. I was stunned when I walked into the bedroom to discover a "better luck next time" banner and a fresh noose hanging from the rafters. I posted a true stalker story online. My stalker read it. By Snickering Haystack. This is an update to a story I posted on a forum like about 4 years ago. What happened was a direct result of me posting it. I've since taken it down, but I need to share what happened to me. God. Don't worry about the first story. You'll find that one out as I tell this one. Let's get started. So, a little about myself. I'm 41 years old and currently working as a salesman at a retail outlet that specializes in men's business suits. The job makes pretty good money, but with the alimony and my ex-wife and child support on top of that, I seem to just barely get by. I had just finished going through the horror of divorce 6 months before this last incident occurred. I had started drinking again. Drinking and looking longingly at those sleeping pill bottles and razor blades. I know what you're thinking, but I've always been too much of a coward for that sort of thing. Though I will admit it, it's always seemed tempting, especially losing everything like I did. Anyways, as you can imagine, I was feeling pretty low for a few weeks, so I was quite pleasantly surprised when this elegant, beautiful woman about my age came into the store and began to show me some interest. She was tall and thin, wearing a charcoal jacket and skirt combo. Her hair discreetly dyed a bronze amber, and she had a very unassuming smile. Not too blemished by laugh lines or crow's feet. I admit it, I noticed her before she approached me. I spotted her the moment she entered through the door. She seemed kind of familiar, but I wasn't going to tell her that. That's got to be the most obvious pickup line in the world. Telling a strange woman she looks familiar. Anyways, she walked up to me with this coy smile, just showing me a glimpse of perfect white teeth, and said, "You probably think I'm in the wrong store." I gave a little giggle, cleared my throat, and said,
"I'm sorry."
"This is a man's clothing store, obviously," she elaborated. Her eyes were deep brown, almost black, and they were lively and active, looking up into mine.
"Well, ma'am,"
I said,
"we do have some pantsuits and some jackets for ladies, if you'd like me to show you."
"Ma'am?" she remarked playfully. "Do I look that old to you?" I chuckled nervously and broke eye contact with her and cleared my throat. God, I must have seemed like a schoolboy. I then told her, not at all, that she didn't look old, but I just wanted to be respectful. Her smile widened, her long purple fingernails fidgeted with her purse strap. "Well," she said softly, heavy voice, "I'm actually here to find a suit for my son. He wants a tuxedo for prom." I furrowed my brow. This was the dead of winter. Proms aren't held until June or late May at the earliest. "I know," she said, reading my look. "His school is impossible. They want to hold it early so that the students don't get too distracted from their studies. My son also's too busy playing computer games to go get a suit himself, and too embarrassed to come with me, so here I am. I couldn't help but grin eagerly. Just my luck, I thought. I showed her some of our more popular items. She told me her son's size, and together we found something she thought he'd like. The whole time she slid closer to me, and I could smell her floral perfume. It was soothing, and I'll admit, I didn't make any attempt to distract myself from her. As I rang her up at the cash till, I told her that if anything didn't quite fit, she could bring it back and we happily make an adjustment to fit her son's measurements. She gave me a low, almost inaudible laugh and told me that I probably didn't have to worry about that. There were no other customers in the store then, and the other cashier was on break, so we continued to chat. She asked me what I did in my spare time for fun, and I hesitated, thinking of the rows of empty liquor bottles in my apartment and the sleeping pills next to my bathtub. Instead of answering her question, I jumped at the opportunity to ask her if she'd like to get a drink later that evening. She said nothing, but she tilted her head and scanned me with her sexy, roaming eyes. "When do you get off work?" she muttered softly.
At 7.
The words leapt from my mouth.
If that's not too late for you.
"No," she said, her pearly grin flashing at me over supple red lips. "That's perfect. I know a bar around this area. I'll be up front to pick you up."
Great,
I said.
What's your name again?
"Andrea,"
Andrea.
I repeated, extending my hand.
I'm Andy. Nice to meet you.
Naturally. It seemed to put the nagging feeling of déjà vu to rest. I had never met an Andrea, or met any Andreas for that matter. But the name was fitting, and I rolled each syllable over and over across my tongue, waiting for the hours of my shift to wilt away. By 6:30, we were locking up. Jane, the girl working there, was balancing the cash register while I wrote the day's records in the books. As I wrote down the total debit and credits, I could barely hold onto the pencil. I was just so jittery. I know how pathetic this must sound, but it had been a while since I had been with a woman in any way. Being older and just divorced, it was hard to build up the confidence to start dating again. By 7 o'clock, it was dark out. Jane walked out and waved goodbye as I locked up the front door. At the curb in front of the sidewalk was a small blue station wagon. Not very fancy, but I wasn't going to complain. I looked through the passenger side window and saw Andrea peering out at me, her hooded eyes meeting mine, that slight smile drawn across her face. I got in and immediately noticed how cold it was. There didn't seem to be any heat at all, and the radio wasn't even on. Strange, I thought, but maybe she lives close by? As she navigated out of the plaza and onto the road, I prattled on about the tuxedo I had sold her, and how most customers said they were really happy with it. She didn't respond and wasn't smiling anymore. I didn't think too deeply into it though. After all, she was driving. It's important to keep concentration. The only thing that struck me that was odd was that she had placed her purse on her lap while she was driving. Since I had to sell my car after the divorce, I was very pleased to not have to ride the bus. So I just eased back in my seat and enjoyed it. I think that's the reason that I didn't notice that we had been on the road a long time, despite her telling me this bar was close by. I knew something was up after she got onto the highway interchange. I looked at her very confused.
Did you say this bar was out of town?
I asked. She didn't reply. Her eyes glued to the road as we cruised up the ramp and onto the interstate. By now, I was really getting nervous. I noticed she had taken her left hand from the steering wheel and began reaching inside her purse. "You really don't remember me?" she said, her voice just louder than the car engine. I giggled a bit, but I didn't find this funny at all.
I don't know.
I stammered, looking at her.
You do look familiar, but I know I've never met an Andrea before.
I looked down into her lap, into her now open purse, and felt my heart freeze in my chest. Inside, the tape handle held in her delicate fingers was a sub-nose revolver. I squirmed in my seat, as if I was going to fly out from the window, the seatbelt digging into my neck.
What the hell are you doing?
I shouted between panted breaths. The gun was now out and pointed at me. "You probably don't know an Andrea," she said coldly, her voice empty, vacant. "But you might remember Alicia Morito." Probably from the panic I felt staring down the barrel of that gun. That name didn't ring any bells. She then looked at me, those bedroom eyes now burning like hot coals. "Open the box," she muttered in a staid voice.
What?
I asked. "Open the glove box," she screamed. I shuddered from the sharp change in her voice. I did as I was told. Gingerly, I stretched my shaking hands and pushed the lock button. The compartment door fell open, and out spilled what had to be hundreds of pages of paper. They were all lying at my feet. She peered down in a quick glance and instructed me to read the staple pages printed on red paper. I picked them up and immediately recognized what it was. My post of my stalker story to an internet forum for true horror stories. I then figured out who she was. Alicia Mortero. The mentally disturbed girl who had stalked me at my workplace and at my home years ago when I was in my late teens. I pleaded with her and she just howled at me to read it, her eyes back on the road but the revolver still trained on me. I did as she said. It was all there, my words, how she had come into the coffee shop where I worked, how her hair was constantly tangled and greasy, how her clothes were always in tatters, how she always smelled of BO and Vaseline. It was all there, how she would come in every morning, how she knew my schedule and when my shift started, how my coworkers had told me that she would sometimes come in on my days off and ask where I was, how one night I had found her waiting for me in my house. I tried to swallow, but I couldn't. I was trembling and the printout pages fell from my weak hands involuntary. She peered over at me. I could see her from the corner of my eyes and told me to pick up the next set of pages, the ones printed on gray paper. I begged her again to just let me go, and she screamed for me to read it. I picked them up, not recognizing any of the writing on it. Then I realized these were the comments people written on the post of my story. Comments like, "What a crazy witch," or "I would have been so freaked out by that cow," or "I still hit that LOL. Tears had started streaming down my face by the time I had realized what this was. She had found my story, recognized it, and had come for me.
Please,
I said to her, choking up, having read all the comments and realized her purpose.
I didn't know it would upset you this much. I never used your real name.
Do you think that matters? Her voice cracked. It was like an animal growling at me, all the prior sophistication and sensuality gone. Knew? I knew that story was about me? About the time in my life I'm ashamed of. She trailed off. It sounded as though she had begun to sob. I looked at her. Her mouth was hung open, as if a silent scream. Her eyes squinted closed. Yes, she too was crying. After a terrifying moment, she gave a cough, tossed back her hair, and once again icily composed. I looked close and could see smudges of mascara under her eyes. She then told me to reach inside her purse. I, of course, wasn't about to do that. "I won't shoot you if you do exactly as I say," she said in a calm but uneven voice. The voice smacked of a psychotic desperation of the girl who had pestered me all those many years ago. I nodded my head slightly, then quickly turned to glance out the window. It was now very dark, and there were few other cars on the road. Careful not to brush up against the gun, I reached over and put my hand in her purse. Inside I found what felt like a set of Polaroids. My skin waxed cold. Images that these were probably photos of me she had taken without my knowledge. I pulled them out and looked at them. They weren't pictures of me at all. The first photograph was of a couple staying outside a wedding chapel, the woman smiling radiantly in her white lace gown, the handsome mustached man next to her wearing a black tuxedo and a cummerbund. They were close and holding each other's hand. I flipped to the next photo to see the same couple kissing with their eyes closed, a sun setting above a glimpsing ocean behind them. I flipped through, and in the next photograph, I saw the woman lying in a hospital bed, covered by dark green surgical sheets, holding a newborn baby. The child was wrapped in a blanket, and the husband was standing beside them, smiling. I flipped through and saw a photo of a couple with two preteen children sitting on the beach wearing jean shorts and bright colored shirts, smiling up into the camera's POV. I then realized these photos were her, Alicia. She had a family, or had a family, but what did this have to do with me?
I don't understand.
I mumbled. She shot me a look out the corner of her eyes and didn't say anything. I looked out the window and saw there was no lights on this side of the road. Past the barrier, there was nothing but tall trees and bleak wilderness. We were now far from any major city or town. I thought about reaching into my coat for my phone, but I knew that if I did, she might have shot me. Then I started wondering why she didn't kill me already, if that was what she was intending to do. The minutes felt like hours in that car. The darkness beyond the roadside seemed to stretch for an eternity, like I had woken up in hell. Finally, after God knows how long, she spoke. "It took me 10 years, she said, her voice straining, quivering like that demented girl I remembered. "Took me 3 years to get over you, and another 7 to forgive myself. I went to counseling, therapy. Eventually, I agreed to take the medication. You see, I suffer from paranoid schizophrenia. It sort of runs in my family, but it didn't appear in me until about 5 months before I met you. My parents had gotten a divorce. Dr. Walton told me that's what's likely triggered my breakdown. Then when I saw you, it was like you were there for me. My psychologist says I was using you as a misplaced source of love and security, which I felt had been torn away from me by my parents' divorce. You were always there, always so polite, so I mistook your politeness and charm for love and affection. At that moment, I don't know why, but I didn't feel scared anymore. I felt gloomy, depressed. We often call people crazy, but when we actually hear the medical terms, it becomes less distant. A lot more real, she continued. So, for 10 years after you, I avoided people. I didn't see friends. I barely spoke to my parents. And I absolutely never went on dates. First, because I was still in love with you. And then because I was so ashamed. Ashamed and afraid I would become that super attached psychopath that I had become with you. I wanted so many times to contact you, to apologize, but my counselor and Dr. Walton were adamant that that would be a bad idea. They said that would cause me to relapse. So, for 10 years I was alone, hating myself. Then I met David. David was a graduate student at the university studying physical geography. He had approached me first. We met at a bar, or a restaurant actually. My parents had insisted on taking me out for my birthday, and he asked the waiter to put our bill on his tab. She then gave a soulful laugh, a tear rolling down her cheek. He barely had enough money to pay for his beer, and he wanted to pay for a whole family's meal just to speak with me. We started out as just friends, and then he insisted we become more than that. I loved him, and felt so much better. I finally felt well enough to go back to school and complete my degree. We got married shortly after he graduated. He'd been hired on at a consulting firm, so we were mostly stable. I finally forgave myself and forgot all about you. But I never told him. Never. A year into our marriage, we had Aaron, and 2 years later, we had Cassandra. We were both so happy. I was happy. I got a job as a typist at a law firm. It wasn't much, but it gave me something to do after the children were old enough to go to school. I liked working there. Everyone was so friendly and helpful. One day, Mark, one of the support staff members in the facility, was showing me a website he often goes to, mostly to look up funny pictures. He told me about this page that has scary stories and creepy encounters, and I immediately recognized what most of these stories were about. I searched all the posts, and it didn't take me long to find one that was familiar. Too familiar. I knew that it was you who posted it. She then stopped and let out a heavy sigh. Her moist eyes rolled up and looked long at the car roof. It was as though she could not believe she was telling me this. Her voice had stopped sounding like a nervous psychotic and more like a sobbing, distraught woman. The gloom lingered thick inside the car, over both of us. After that, my paranoia and anxiety spiked, she continued. I tried to fight it by upping the dose of my medication, but that didn't work. Pretty soon, I just stopped since it only seemed to make me drowsy. She gave another humorous little laugh, as though she had caught herself in a lie. You know, I thought it was because David had seen the post that he left me, and why I couldn't even get joint custody of the children, but that's not true. The truth is, seeing your post made me act erratic. I started throwing fits, fighting with him for no reason, shouting at the children and beating them over things that weren't even their fault. I had stopped sleeping at night, believing the next door neighbors were spying on us and plotting to come in and steal everything. It was because of me that David left me, and I acted that way because of your post. I was now staring out the window. I could just make out open fields in the distance with the slightest smattering of brush. Where the hell was she taking me? I couldn't forgive myself, she said. I know now that I never will. I gulped and asked.
How did you find me?
She smiled maliciously in my direction, amused by my discomfort. One of the criminal lawyers at my firm, Mike Carson, has a team of private investigators. I do paperwork for him, so I forged a memo and asked one of the PIs to find your whereabouts. It didn't take long. I knew your full name, where you had once worked, and where you grew up. I was of course surprised you still lived there after all these years. Her smile was now spiteful and mocking. That and her last comment made me look away, slightly incensed. Of course, when Mike found out about it, I was fired. Misappropriation of firm resources. It didn't help I was already on thin ice, for obvious reasons. The road we had driven on had degraded into rough, jagged paths of scrapey concrete. It was as if we had gone back in time to when there was nothing but dirt and jungle. I actually started worrying that if we drove any longer that the road would stop or we'd be stranded in desert. I looked at the clock on the dash and the green numbers revealed 12:03. We had been driving for hours. Another hour passed with nothing. Just silence. I started absorbing what she had told me and felt this weight form in the pit of my stomach. I had caused this. I had ruined her life. And for what? A little bit of attention on an online forum? Jesus, this episode hadn't even been that much of my life. For God's sake, she was schizophrenic. The whole damn thing now seemed sleazy and I no longer felt scared. I wasn't frightened at all. I just wanted this to end. By 1:15, she slowed down. We pulled over, parked on the gravel shoulder by a vast, empty field. The car pointed away and perpendicular to the road. When she switched off the headlights, it went all black beyond the windshield. My eyes adjusted, and I could just make out the black shape of the field beneath the lighter shade of the starless night sky. We both sat there, not looking at each other, like we had just messed around for money. She didn't move. She didn't stir. The revolver still trained on me.
I'm sorry.
I said. My voice was damp and contrite.
I know that what I did was wrong. When I met you, it was at a moment when you were most vulnerable, and it was wrong for me to take advantage, even years later.
She didn't look at me, didn't move, but I knew she heard me.
Go ahead.
I then said to her,
Kill me. I deserve to be hurt. I deserve to die. I don't want to live anymore anyways.
Just then, she strained in her seat, still staring out in front of the field before us. No, she said huskily. You deserve to feel what I feel every day. I then heard the hammer click backwards and watched as she opened her perfect mouth and stuck the barrel inside. I shouted and lunged towards her, but bang! There was a flash and I saw spots. My ears were ringing and blocked like I was underwater. After about a minute, my eyes adjusted. Then I started, stupidly surprised by the sight of a woman's mutilated face resting next to me in the car. The interior was splattered with blood. My hands groped endlessly for the door handle, finally finding it, and I fell out onto the pebbled ground from the passenger side. I got on my hands and knees and puked my guts out. After I stood up, I doubled over and dry heaved for several minutes. From there, I walked the shoulder, no thumbing, not trying to get home, just trying to get as far away from Andrea, Alicia, as I could. Eventually, by daybreak, someone driving a rusted pickup pulled over and asked me if I needed a lift. Still shaken and exhausted, I approached his passenger side window. Once I was a foot away from his truck, I saw his face drain pale, his pupils shrink in the socket, and in one hyper movement, he grabbed the gear stick, put it into drive, and sped away. I stared at the fleeing vehicle confused, then I looked down at my clothes. I was, of course, covered with blood. I took off my jacket and shirt, wiped down my face, and then tossed them, continuing the rest of the way in just my undershirt and slacks. About 2 hours later, someone picked me up and drove me as far as the next major city. From there, I took a bus home and called into work, sick. Update. About a week after the incident, 2 detectives came to see me at my home. They asked me about my relationship to the deceased, Alicia Motoro Limpman, and I told them the whole story. They informed me that they had found a Google Map printout of my address and a PA file of my name at the scene. They tried to get me to go downtown with them, but I refused and called a lawyer. My new lawyer, Mr. Michael Carson, who agreed to represent me pro bono, told me there's no chance of a charge of murder being brought against me. The evidence of possible foul play is pretty thin. My story, although incredible, makes enough sense, and the police are happy to write off her death as a suicide rather than spending endless man-hours and OT investigating a homicide. Carson recommended me to a better matrimonial lawyer and got my alimony reduced and received more time to see my kids. I've also entered AA, where I have started to get over my self-destructive thoughts and behavior. Don't get me wrong, I feel horrible about what happened to Alicia, and her last words do stick with me, but, I mean, how far does guilt get you? I always loved my secret room. That's where my imaginary friend lived. He doesn't live there anymore, though. Mommy called the police, and they took him away.
A Child Followed Me Home by I Stan Catwoman. I was really looking forward to visiting the Kurseong Hill Station in India. My friends Arjun, Sunita, Vijay, and I had been planning this trip for quite some time. We had heard all about the haunted Doe Hill Forest and wanted to see it for ourselves. Being the city dwellers we were, we made fun of the local superstitions and beliefs associated with that place, and assumed that it was probably harmless. Just a spooky-looking forest that had earned a bad reputation due to the overactive imagination of human beings. The myth that intrigued me the most was about the apparition of a headless child in Dow Hill Forest. The local legend was that when walking along the path in the woods, you would sense a presence right behind you, but you mustn't turn around, because if you do, you would see the aforementioned headless child. And once you had seen him, your fate would be sealed. If you didn't die of fright right there, the headless child would follow you for the rest of your life. It would either drive you insane, or it would compel you to kill yourself. The story goes that the boy was taken from his home and murdered. His head was chopped off. Since then, he wanders the forest and attaches himself to anyone who sees him. This is what a fellow patron told us at the hotel where we were staying. He was probably over 70 and had been born and raised in Kurseong. He was visiting his hometown, and when he heard our conversation about wanting to go to Doe Hill Forest, he politely asked if he could tell us a few things about it. I suppose he was trying to dissuade us from going. But his friendly warning only fed our curiosity, and made us even more determined to go to Doe Hill Forest and walk down that path. At night, of course. We thanked the kind old man for all the info and decided to head into town. We visited a few local tourist attractions, but the thought of going into the forest is what made us salivate. I think we saw it as a challenge. To be able to go to the Dohill Forest, walk the forbidden path, and prove that the local legends were balderdash. That night, after we had had dinner, we decided to head into the forest. We were walking along the path that cut through the middle of the forest and led to a road on the other side, just a few hundred feet from where there was a bus station. We would be there in time to catch the bus back to town. The night wasn't especially dark. The full moon illuminated our path and we could see our surroundings quite clearly. We did carry flashlights, but they were unnecessary. The four of us walked together, telling stories, laughing at each other's jokes. As we ventured deeper and deeper into the forest, we began to hear strange noises. Granted, they seemed to be coming from a distance and we had to strain our ears to hear them, but they were there. I mean, we all heard them. Surely 4 people could not have had the same hallucination. It sounded like someone wailing in despair and agony. This was followed by the sound of laughter. The natural flow of our conversation was gone, and it seemed we just talked out of necessity to prevent silence from engulfing us. I'm sure that each of us had begun to feel that the legends about the forest may not be so baseless after all. Arjun tried to lighten the mood. He began to share with us an anecdote involving him in a one-night stand. He was facing us and walking backwards. Sunita was just telling him to be careful when he tripped over a rock and fell. He had sprained his ankle badly. We all cursed under our breaths. But Sunita was prepared as always. She pulled out a pain relief spray and a length of bandage from her backpack. Essentials that the rest of us geniuses had forgotten to pack. She sprayed Arjun's ankle and wrapped it up. Vijay was bent down watching Sunita attend to her friend and made a few lighthearted jokes at Arjun's expense. As they were occupied, I felt like something or someone was right behind me. I turned around and there he was. The headless child. He was there for a fraction of a second before disappearing. He didn't evaporate or anything, the way the ghosts do in bad horror movies. He was there one instant and was gone the next. I let out a gasp. Vijay asked me what was wrong. I remained silent and kept on staring at the place where I had seen the apparition. He asked again. This time Sunita and Arjun too were on their feet. Arjun with a little help from Sunita. I decided not to say anything, because I honestly didn't know if what I'd actually seen was the headless child, or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I had been thinking about what the old man had told us all day. Maybe this was something my subconscious mind had just conjured up. Especially since I was already a bit nervous, with all the distorted sounds we kept hearing. I told my friends it was nothing. We slowly made our way to the narrow stretch of road on the other side of the forest. We reached the bus station, caught a bus, and by midnight, we were back at the hotel. Now that we're back in familiar surroundings, the trepidation we had felt in the forest seemed silly. We joked about it and patted ourselves on the back for having conquered Dohill Forest. I decided to put any thoughts of the headless child out of my mind as we went to bed. I was in my hotel room, in the middle of my nightly skincare routine, when I felt like I heard the pitter-patter of little feet. The sound seemed to be coming from the bathroom. My heart racing, I rushed to the bathroom and turned on the light. There was nothing there. It must have been some kid in the adjacent room, is what I told myself. I went to bed and tried to force myself to sleep, telling myself again and again that there was nothing in Dow Hill, and that what I had seen was a figment of my own imagination. We stayed in Kurseong for another 2 days, and the whole time, I kept hearing things. If it wasn't the sound of little feet running around in my room, it was the sound of a child's laughter right next to my ear in the lobby. The looming sense of dread I felt became all too real when we were about to check out, and I offhandedly asked the front desk manager if there was a child in the room next to mine. And he told me that room had been vacant for several days. The looming sense of dread I felt became all too real. I told myself once again that I was just letting the rumors about the force get to me. After we landed in New Delhi, I went to my parents' house to pick up my dog, Nova, and then went back home with her. I had missed my good girl. Once I was in my own home, I was sure I would stop imagining weird things. But that was not to be. What had followed me to New Delhi wasted little time in making its presence known. That night, as I cooked dinner, Nova sat in the hallway playing with her chew toy and watching me work. As I listened to music and chopped veggies, I felt what I thought was Nova pawing at my calf. But then I looked up and saw her still standing just outside the kitchen. I jumped back in shock and fear. I would have dismissed this too as a product of my imagination had I not heard the same pitter-patter of tiny feet in the hallway and Nova barking her head off in the sound's direction. The strange occurrence has soon become a part of my life. One evening, I was in my study trying to get some work done when my pen inexplicably fell off the desk. When I reached down to pick it up, I heard the sound of tiny, bare feet running out of the study, accompanied by a child's giggle, as if a toddler had just played a prank. Nova once again began to bark like crazy. I petted her, more for my own comfort than for hers. She was looking into my eyes as if to tell me that something was very, very wrong. As the days went by, the activity only escalated. I was terrified of being alone in my own house. I made sure Nova was by my side at all times. In the shower, I could see through the steam the silhouette of a small child right outside. And of course, Nova's growling would confirm that something really was there. When I went to sleep at night, I could sense someone standing right next to my bed. I have a few friends who have kids. They've often told me how they've been scared shitless when they woke up in the middle of the night to find their kids silently standing next to them. Now, I could relate. Except, unlike them, the kid standing next to my bed was missing his head. When I cooked, did my laundry, got some office work done, etc., I could see something just at the edge of my field of vision. Objects that I knew I hadn't touched and Nova couldn't reach would be moved. Sometimes when I got ready for work in the morning, I could see little handprints in the mirror. At first, I tried to ignore it and didn't show any kind of reaction when it appeared or moved something. I thought if it didn't get some kind of reaction out of me, it would lose interest and might go away. Was wrong. The spirit was in no mood to be ignored. One evening, I was in my study and the thing was running around as it usually did. I heard a thud, as if someone had bumped into my reading chair. I didn't even look up. The child didn't like that. In the next second, I saw the antique clock I kept in the fireplace mantle levitate, and then come flying at me as if someone had thrown it. I ducked out of the way just in time and the clock crashed into the wall behind me. Not only did the spirit refuse to be ignored, it had shown me that it could cause harm if it didn't get its way. It was like a child throwing a tantrum at being denied a toy. Only this was even more terrifying. I could hardly get any sleep, as on most nights I would be lying awake in bed. I was constantly paranoid and looking over my shoulders. As a result of this stress, my performance at work began to suffer. My social life, too, had taken a beating, as I wasn't exactly the most fun person to be around. I considered moving, but I knew that the headless child would only follow me. I didn't want to tell anyone for fear of being thought of as insane. One evening, my best friend Sunita came over. She said that she had noticed that ever since we got back from our trip to Kurseong, I wasn't acting like myself. that I seemed constantly stressed. She asked me to tell her what was wrong. I felt a huge weight being lifted off my chest as I told her everything. Sunita listened patiently and told me that she believed me. She said that that night in the Doe Hill forest, she too had felt a presence behind us, but she didn't look. Sunita has an aunt, Rekha, who calls herself a medium. She claims to have had encounters with spirits and has helped them move on. When I first heard about this, I laughed it off. I called these stories ridiculous and suggested that Sunita's aunt see a psychologist. But now, when Sunita suggested that we ask her for help, I agreed. Rekha and I spoke on the phone and she agreed to come to my place and see what she could do. That following Saturday, Rekha walked around the house, examining every nook and corner. She seemed deep in contemplation. Finally, after about 30 minutes, she told me there was definitely a presence in the house, that of a little boy. But she sensed no malice from it, only sadness. I let out a harsh chuckle and told her about the incident with the clock. I asked her why someone who had no malice in them would do such a thing. Rekha replied that prolonged grief can often give way to anger. The spirit was probably in great pain. She repeated that she sensed no malice. She also said that she couldn't just make spirits move on without finding out what they want. I thanked her and she left. I didn't know about the spirit, but now I felt anger rising in me. This child had made my life hell, and he was the one who was in pain? I was a prisoner in my own home while he had free reign. What more could he possibly want? It was now after dark, and I decided to do some reading. I sat in my reading chair and tried to focus on the book. And that's when I saw it. A tiny, headless form in the corner of my eye. I think my annoyance overcame my fear, and I instantly turned my head and looked at it. Standing just a few feet from me was a toddler, in a pair of brown pants and a white t-shirt, and with no head. I just stared in awe and terror. Then I noticed something. His fingers. They were so tiny and looked so delicate. His size and the way he stumbled when he walked suggested that he was no more than 3 years old. How did a child so young lose his head? Who would have the heart to do such a thing? As these thoughts crept into my mind, I began to feel sympathy. I held out a hand towards the little boy, even as my body shook with nervous energy. The child walked towards me and touched my hand with his. And as he did, I was engulfed in a bright white light. I opened my eyes to find myself back in Kurseong. I was sitting on the grass next to a huge house. I looked down at my hands. Only, they were not my hands. They were the hands of a toddler. I saw my hand, or should I say the toddler's hand, reach out for a stuffed bunny and play with it. From the house, a woman emerged. She had a bright, warm smile. Her clothes were very old-fashioned. She picked me up and kissed my cheeks. She called me her little bear and asked if I was having fun. I heard a small child say, "Yes, Mama." Then I heard another voice, a man's voice from the house. He was asking the woman to come look at something. Mama put me down and went back in. I saw myself continue to play, look at the squirrels, hear the birds. I felt safe and happy. Then, suddenly, a pair of strong hands grabbed me by my arms. I was being carried off in a hurry, with a hand placed over my mouth to keep me from making a sound. I felt the stuffed bunny slip out of my hands. I was placed inside a sack, and I couldn't see what was going on. I felt myself being pushed around harshly and heard angry voices talk in a language that I did not understand. I felt tears poured out of my eyes. Finally, I was taken out of the sack and saw myself surrounded by trees and a bunch of scary-looking people. I realized this was Doe Hill Forest. I was right next to the path that my friends and I had walked. The men talked amongst themselves, but when one of them heard me whimper, he slapped me so hard I fell down. They continued to speak in the same angry, awful tone. They would often look at me or point towards me, and I knew that I was the subject of discussion. Then I saw one of them pick up a large knife, like a machete. He lifted it high above his head and then brought it down on me. I was once again engulfed in a white light. And this time, when I opened my eyes, I was back in my study. The child was gone. I felt sobs shake my body. This is what had happened to that poor child. Some dastardly subhumans took him from his home and killed him. But why? Was he kidnapped for ransom and killed when the parents couldn't pay? Or were the men extracting some kind of sick retribution? Whatever the case may have been, this child was brutally killed and now was unable to move on. Nova had heard me sobbing and came close to me. I hugged her as I cried. I remembered the woman who called him Little Bear. She must have been his mother. I could feel the innocent, tender emotions this child felt for her, even as he showed me what had happened to him. I realized that I wasn't dealing with a demon, but a lonely little boy. One who had been snatched away from loving care and then deprived of life. I decided I would not try to rid this house of him. If he wanted to stay, he could. I tried to do some research into his murder, but I haven't found much. It appears that his killers were never brought to justice. I wasn't able to get used to the child's presence in my home immediately. That took a while. But slowly, I accepted him as a part of my life. I even brought some toys home. Soft plushies, bears, dogs, and bunnies, just like the one he had. I kept his toys in a small spare bedroom I had. Soon after, the child's activities became very mellow. I can still hear his little feet running around, but it no longer feels menacing. Just the sound of a toddler playing. And his activities usually remain confined to and around the room where I've kept his toys. Even Nova seems to be getting along with our little guest. Sometimes I can see her wagging her tail at empty space, or her lying on her back with a doggy smile on her face, and pawing at something, and I know that he's there. I guess he likes playing with my dog too. I'm optimistic that having a home, a place where he no longer has to wander, where he isn't feared or reviled, will help him heal. And then maybe someday he'll be able to move on. But until then, I share my home with a little boy with no head. Did you like that story? Good, because... Aha! I have fooled you! For I am not 242, but Silver Threads. I bet you feel ridiculous right now, as you should. But I can't blame you too harshly. My natural talent in the art of deception is not easy to overcome. I suppose you want to hear from the actual 242. Well, here she is, and don't feel too bad. You are not the first human I've defeated in a battle of wits, and you won't be the last.
The news said you only kill blondes, so please let me go. He pulled the hair bleach kit out of his work bag and said,
I can't let you go. I have to make you perfect.
A story I wrote a long time ago by Something Clever User. It's amazing what you can remember from the embarrassing things that you suddenly remember in the middle of the night, or those moments that just happen to stick out like bad memories that you can't forget. My bad memory keeps coming back to me. I was 18 when I stumbled across a dead body. It was one of those moments that your mind doesn't fully process what you're seeing until later. She was around the same age as me. The news said the local coroner ruled her death accidental. She had been found at the bottom of a cliff, so it was thought that she had tripped and fallen 100 feet to her death. Her body was covered with cuts and bruises, which were consistent with such a fall. How the coroner missed the beating she received beforehand is still a mystery to me. The bruises she had were not just from the fall. It was an open and shut case. Her friends and family mourned her death, and they shared their grief. Her parents lobbied to put a fence around the cliff so no one else could suffer the same fate. They shared the picture of their daughter to put a face on the issue. She had long blonde hair, big blue eyes. In the pictures they showed, she was wearing the same sunflower dress she had been found in. I stumbled across the newspaper later. They showed the picture of the girl who had fallen. It was the same picture that I had seen before. I noticed her features, and they resembled mine. Same face, and as I looked down, with the exact same dress. I asked a passing woman to see if she had any information regarding the girl who had died. Nothing. It was as if I didn't exist. The more I asked the people, the more I was constantly ignored. I passed by a window and saw my reflection. Cuts and bruises covered my body. My hair was covered in dirt and my sunflower dress was torn. Suddenly, everything became dark. I realized that I was in a coffin and it was slowly being lowered into the grave. It was me that had been murdered. I was the girl in the picture, and I still have no clue how I died. A single tear fell down her cheek as she slowly walked down the aisle. Several bags of nuts had bursted open on the shelf, and she had to find a store attendant before her throat closed fully. She was born in love with me by Human Gravy, narrated by As the Raven Dreams.
There was never a doubt in Elisa's mind that we were meant to be together. We met at an age where love was an afterthought to raging hormones and teenage immaturities. Never once did we stray the path from each other, as most adolescent romances do. Our commitment was unbreakable, and our passion an unquenchable desire. It was no surprise to anyone we married as soon as we could. We said our vows before God, our family, and friends, and swore to uphold an unconditional and everlasting union. At the reception, we delighted in dances, drinks, and dining we would soon not forget. As we laid in bed together, after consummating our marriage, Elise whispered into my ear, "I was born in love with you," and kissed me as deeply and powerfully as any woman could ever kiss a man. Our marital bliss would not last long. Our downfall began with Elisa's night terrors. She would awaken screaming and flailing against invisible assailants. I'd hold her close, whispering sweet, comforting words into her ears, calming her nerves and easing her mind. Once in a tranquil state, she said she could not remember them when questioned about her dreams. Being with someone for so long, you learn to recognize their tics and talks. Elise lied to me. As those terrors intensified and persisted, her ability to awaken from them waned. Her screams turned to unintelligible words. I'd soon learned that they were in languages Elise couldn't know: Chinese, Russian, German, Latin, Hindi, Zulu, Arabic. In her somnambulist state, she scratched and clawed, often awakening me with vicious thrashes. She screeched and howled like an animal caught in a trap. With no other recourse, The only solution was to subdue her by tightly wrapping her beneath the blanket of our bed until she awakened. Medical experts offered no help. In the medical field's infinite lack of wisdom, several purported doctors claimed an array of different psychological and physiological conditions. We decided to stop going to them once commitment was suggested. Elise was my lover, not some lunatic. It wasn't going to happen. As time continued, Elise slept less and less. Dark circles of purple and black made permanent fixtures under her eyes. The hair of ebony I had run my fingers through since we were children, it fell out in clumps. The energetic woman I'd been forever in love with withered away before my eyes. In her final days, Elise confessed to me the knowledge of a terrible secret. She admitted to lying about her nightmares. These were vivid memories of our previous lives together throughout the centuries as humans and other beings alike. Our bond never lasted, as we were abominations to the world's natural cycle of life and death. I, too, would soon perish in such a way. Though this news brought me to great terror, her last words brought comfort. In death and in life anew, we would always find each other again, for she would always be born in love with me.
A single tear fell down her cheek as she slowly walked down the aisle. "Bidding starts at 100,000, said the man with the microphone. Open Your Eyes by As the Raven Dreams. If I just open my eyes, I know that everything will be back to normal. There will be nothing out of the ordinary in the room. Everything will be as it should be, and I will have no reason to feel the fear whatsoever. In fact, I'll probably laugh at myself when I realize that everything was in my head, and I was upset for no reason whatsoever. I'll pull my eyelids open, and the only thing I'll see in front of me is empty space, filled with darkness of the night and some furniture. I'll see the ceiling, complete with various dust and cobwebs that line the corners. Then I'll see the ceiling fan spinning slowly on the lowest setting. If I look over, I'll simply see my wife sleeping comfortably. Perhaps I'll see the cat on the windowsill, looking out at the night and a few car lights as they reflect off the glass pane. But I'll know that there's nothing else, right? There's only going to be normal motion of the night and nothing else. I have to tell myself that there'll be nothing else. In fact, that crash noise that I thought I heard a few minutes ago, it was simply in my mind, nothing more than a byproduct of an overactive imagination and eating spicy food too late in the evening, a nightmare that, in the end, will mean so very little to my life. I may remember it in the morning for a few minutes, and maybe it will cause me a bit of anxiety, but I'll laugh it off and it will turn out to be irrelevant in the long run. The same goes for the stepping sounds I thought I heard. Those heavy thuds that seemed to echo throughout the hallway immediately after the crashing noise. They were nothing at all. They may have sounded like they were coming from the feet of a very large and heavy creature, but it was just my brain making things up as it went along. It's hilarious how we can scare ourselves with our own imaginations, huh? Then, when I heard the shrieking and hissing of my angry cat, I would think he was most likely just being the guard of the house like he pretends to be. There must have been something outside the sliding glass window that angered him. He's always been one to jump at shadows. More likely, there was another cat, a feral one that likes to roam the neighborhood, that had walked up to the back porch and caught his eye. He felt the need to make as much aggressive sound as his tiny frame will allow. He just wants to protect his domain and his family, and I can commend him for that. Maybe in the morning I'll give him some treats for being such a good cat. Yeah, that's what I'll do. That scream that my wife let out a few moments ago was certainly nothing more than her waking up for one of her night terrors. It might have been one of the more intense ones, as her scream sounded like she was in pain, and she screamed more than once. Really, though, it's not the first time that she's had these overwhelming nightmares. Last week alone, she woke up twice in the middle of the night to them. Of course, those were more like gasps and screams, but just tells me that they are, in fact, getting worse. I informed her that she needs to see her doctor and get a sleep aid, something to help her calm her mind through the night, but she still hasn't made the appointment. I suppose I'll have to have the conversation with her again in the morning, and hope she listens this time. She must have been struggling to get back to sleep when she woke up, because I'm thinking that she must have turned on the TV to occupy her mind. I'm normally fine with this, but I wish that she wouldn't have chosen to watch whatever gory horror movie was playing at the time. And I need to talk to her about what volume is acceptable when the others are trying to sleep. The bone crunching sound followed by the sound of tearing flesh and entrails was incredibly disturbing, and I can't imagine that paying such close attention to something that violent in the middle of the night would help your night terrors. In fact, I would think it would do the opposite. Just another conversation that we'll have to have. There must be something wrong with the heater. It seems like it's kicking on, but it's much too warm in here for that. Maybe the thermostat is broken again. Maybe it needs a new battery or something. On top of that, the blower motor appears to be failing, as the air coming out is a strange rhythmic burst instead of a constant stream. The fact that it almost feels like warm breath of some sort of large creature would be concerning if I didn't have a logical explanation. I would say that I almost need to clean out the ducts and vents. It almost smells like a mouse has nestled up and died somewhere in the system. The scent is incredibly unpleasant, but again, there's a reasonable explanation for it, and I'll have to wait until morning. I really don't think I should get out of bed right now and start fixing various problems in the house. And then there's that low gargling sound that almost reminds me of a low growl. I guess that I need to really be better about the upkeep of our house. That has to be the pipes that are struggling to push water or something simple like that. Sure, the sound is usually not so deep and not so loud. It almost sounds like it's right next to my face, but that's not possible. It has to be that pipe is in really bad condition. That's all. Yeah, that's all. And that slightly damp feeling on my face, that pipe must be leaking in the ceiling. That's really not good. I suppose I should be really concerned about the state of things if the drip is coming down through the ceiling and dripping onto my face. The water is also warm, so at least I know which pipe it likely is. Yeah, it's just the pipes, nothing more. See? All of it makes sense. All of it is rational. The sounds, the screaming, the feelings, they all have perfectly logical and reasonable explanations to them. I just had a weird dream. The cat is overly protective. My wife needs to see her doctor about her night terrors, and I need to get better about maintaining the upkeep of our place. This is absolutely all that is happening. It all makes perfect sense, and when I open my eyes, everything will be normal and there'll be nothing to be afraid of. I just need to open my eyes, take a deep breath, and calm down. And I'll do so as soon as I can think of a good, logical explanation for the claw that is poking at my chest.
Captain's log, day 75. The sea is an odd color today, as if God himself spilled ink from his mighty quill beneath its surface. Captain's log, day 79. The eyes, peering from the depths, have me convinced that this is no work of God.
We watched from a distance as our daughter gleefully cycled along the bike path. Her headless body cycled on for a short distance before collapsing to the ground, as we discovered that someone had hung a string of razor-sharp wire across the path. "Watch your language, young lady!" my mother scolded sharply. It wasn't until our formerly docile undead slaves turned on her that she realized my mispronunciated words in our necromancy ritual had been deliberate. Has anyone else living around London, Ontario heard a low humming noise in the early mornings? By Head of Spectre. Has anyone else living around London, Ontario heard a low humming noise in the early mornings? Or is it just me? I've been hearing it every morning for the past few days. On the account of COVID, I've been at home doing online learning instead of going to school. Honestly, I don't mind it because I get to sleep in a bit more. Ever since that noise started though, it's been waking me up. It starts at around 6 every morning. My mom usually out the door by 5. She works an early shift as a nurse, so her hours are always a little wonky. I've never really been a light sleeper, but something about this sound is just impossible to sleep through. It's not all that loud, but it just doesn't seem to end. It's hard to properly describe. It's almost like a fan buzzing or the distant sound of someone using a saw, although I can't say it's exactly the same either. I'm sure that it's been coming from the space behind my house. Although if you knew where I lived, you say that was really a vague direction. My mom and I live out in the edge of London. Our house is on the more rural streets. We don't have any close neighbors, and our backyard runs into an empty field that eventually becomes a forest. It's a little lonely out here sometimes, sure, but it's home, and it's not like we're completely off the grid or anything. Anyway, back to the hum. Like I said before, it starts around 6 and carries on till around noon. That's when everything goes quiet, and I say noon only as an approximation. Once it went on till 4. I had to put up with that noise the entire day. And believe me when I say that it was giving me a headache. And I'm not really someone who gets headaches. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. Chase, it's probably just construction or logging or something stupid and mundane. That's what I initially thought too. But back at the place where me and my mom used to live, we had this one neighbor who had a thing about DIY home repairs, and every weekend he'd be out in his garage messing around with his power tools. I know what a saw sounds like, and this wasn't a saw. It certainly sounded like some sort of machine, but it wasn't a saw. Besides, like I said before, there's nothing behind my house. Just a field and empty forest. Not a thin line of trees to shield us from the highway or something. I'm talking about bona fide Canadian wilderness. I looked it up on Google Maps. There is nothing out there. So, like 2 or 3 days ago, after having to tolerate the noise for a few days already, I kind of started wondering what was going on. I mean, sure, maybe there was some simple, mundane explanation, but this really was getting on my nerves and it was distracting. I thought that maybe it might not be a bad idea to go and have a little look. If nothing else, maybe if I figured out what was making that noise, I might be able to figure out how long I'd have to deal with it. I swear, I wasn't playing anything reckless. I'm not that kind of guy. But after almost a week of this shit, I was a little annoyed. So I did what made sense. I faked some internet issue at home, asked a friend to cover for me, and pulled a Ferris Bueller. I figured I wouldn't be gone for more than an hour or so. Then I could just chill and play video games for the rest of the day. Sure enough, just around 6 a.m., the hum started up again and it woke me up. Mom had already left for work, so I was free to investigate at my leisure. I don't think I've ever moved so quickly to get showered and dressed since the lockdown had started, but this was important. I usually wasn't out of the house by 7, but this was a special exception. I wanted to find out the source of the noise as soon as possible. I trudged through the tall grass of the field, right up to the edge of the woods and past the tree line. I hadn't actually gone that far before, namely because my mom would have lost her shit. She's overprotective like that. But I really don't think there's anything out there to worry about aside from a few squirrels and chipmunks. I don't really view any animal that Snow White can convince to clean her house as all that threatening. The woods were mostly quiet, save for the hum. I could tell it was getting louder as I got closer, but not by much. It dawned on me at some point, after I'd been walking for what felt like half an hour, that maybe the noise was both really loud and really far away. That didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, though. What could possibly be that loud? That question just made me all the more curious, and I kept walking. It was about 7:37 by the time I started wondering just how long I'd been out here. I say it didn't feel like I'd been walking for the better part of an hour, but it absolutely did. Just how far away was this thing? The hum was still getting louder, sure, but it wasn't sounding all that close. Part of me was starting to wonder if all of this was actually worth it, or if I was just wasting my time. The patch of woods I was walking through wasn't exactly a national park or anything. Sooner or later, I'd probably come out the other side and stumble onto some back road, and I really didn't want to get lost. I felt like I could at least find my way back from where I already was. almost on cue, the hum stopped suddenly and the woods around me went dead silent. I stood still, staring off at the direction of the hum had been coming from and just a bit confused. It had never stopped this early before. That was weird. Without the sound, I was hesitant to keep moving forward. Sure, it wasn't moving, but I didn't want to start wandering blindly. Even if the patch of forest wasn't very big, I really didn't want to risk getting lost and ending up coming out somewhere that wasn't right outside my backyard. I can't say I was happy about it. I was really hoping to get some answers, but I turned around to head home. That's when things started to get weird. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Movement. Something in one of those trees above me. The leaves rustled, and instinctively I looked up, but I didn't see anything except a branch shaking. It took me a moment before I noticed that similar branches on another tree were also shaking, as if something had been perched on there a moment ago and had suddenly leaped off. Whatever it was though, I didn't see any sign of it. I looked around, anxiety quickly starting to take root in me, and I told myself that I probably just startled some birds. That was the logical response, right? How big were those birds if the branches had been shaking like that, though? Whatever it was gone now, and I didn't see the point in dwelling on it. Take one last look up above, and I started back the way I came. The walk back always feels faster, in my opinion, but this time it felt like it took twice as long. Maybe it was just in my head? No. I'm sure it was just in my head. But every now and then I caught myself looking back and wondering if I wasn't alone. You know what I'm talking about, right? That uncomfortable feeling of being watched? I was sure there was some set of eyes on me, but, well, if something could see me, I should have been able to see it, right? The hum started up again about an hour after I made it home. I almost considered going out again to see if I could actually find the source this time, but something in my gut told me it would stop before I got there. I don't know, call it weird suspicion, but I could have sworn that my little trip into the woods had something to do with it stopping. As if something out there didn't want to be disturbed. A little after lunch, I headed out onto the back porch to take a look at the woods. Something had felt off about them ever since I gotten home. I know it sounds paranoid. I know it does, but I felt sure that something was in the trees watching me. Maybe it was just my imagination. It was hard to be sure from a distance, but I'm even sure I saw one of the branches bent as if something I couldn't see was sitting on it. Now, that's overthinking it, right? That just had to be paranoia. I probably just gotten spooked by the woods and now my mind was just fucking with me. That would be a logical explanation, right? I didn't get much sleep that night. Sure, the hum had stopped before my mom had gotten home, but that uncomfortable feeling that something out there didn't want me poking around wouldn't leave me. No amount of reasoning could shake that uncomfortable feeling in my gut, and I hated it. The worst part was, I knew that the hum would start up again in the morning, like it always did, and I didn't know what it was or why I was hearing it. I think I already knew by the time that exhaustion put me to sleep that I'd be ditching class again to go out and find it, and this time, even if it stopped, I'd keep looking. Now, it wasn't just about the noise. Now, it was about proving to myself that there was nothing out there. Maybe that was a mistake. The routine the next morning was the same as it had been the day before. As soon as the hum woke me up, I got ready to go out and look for it. I'm sure it was just my imagination, but walking out into the woods the second time felt different. It's hard to describe properly, but the first way I could do it is to say it felt like I was dragging stones behind me. With every step, there was a feeling that I shouldn't be doing this. I looked up high, up at the branches as I got closer, looking up for some signs that something was perched there and watching me. I saw nothing, and oddly enough, that didn't comfort me. I know it just had to be a mind. It had to be. Crossing the tree line the second time felt wrong. When I was really young, my mom used to go to this massage therapist. His office was attached to his house, and I used to creep through the doorway that connected his waiting room with his foyer and wander around his empty house while he worked. Entering the forest felt exactly the same as walking into that man's house. I felt like I was trespassing, sneaking into a place where I don't belong. Although one key difference is that I didn't feel alone. Not by a long shot. Every now and then, I heard the rustling of the leaves from above me. Sometimes it was accompanied by squeaks of birds. Sometimes I saw the black shape of a squirrel scrambling down the trunk. Other times, I saw nothing at all. Every step forward took me more and more effort. I can't describe how badly I wanted to turn back, but I didn't. No. Dumbass that I was, I kept on walking. The hum stopped about 10 minutes after I crossed the tree line, and the moment it was placed with empty silence, I felt goose flesh rise on my skin. I think it was all the confirmation I needed that my very presence has caused whoever was causing it to stop what they were doing. But then, how did they know I was looking for them again? I looked back up to the trees and saw nothing out of place, but I still felt watched. No. I knew that I was being watched, that was the only logical way to explain it. How else would they know I'm coming for them unless they somehow had eyes on me? I took another step forward, willing myself to go on despite knowing that I needed to turn back. I already knew that what I was doing was a mistake, but I was still dumb enough to continue to do it anyway. The next sound that I heard wasn't the hum, but it was similar. It came on suddenly, a long, droning sound like bad tinnitus. It came on suddenly enough that I couldn't tell exactly where it started, but by the time I felt the first pangs of the coming headache, I absolutely noticed it. It felt like it started in my ears, a pain that started as something faint but quickly grew into something head-splitting. My stomach churned uncomfortably, and it became a losing battle keeping my breakfast in my stomach. Only a few minutes after the headache came on, I felt dizzy and disorientated. My legs started to fail beneath me, and I crashed against a nearby tree, only barely bracing myself before finally puking. My stomach wrenched violently and painfully, my vision blurred, but one thing I could see clearly through the dirt was the blood. I could taste it too, a strong, coppery taste mixed with the taste of my own stomach acids. I could feel the blood trickling down my nose, and then nothing. I don't even remember hitting the ground. Everything that happened next is hazy. The memories feel more like strange dreams, and even now, I'm not entirely sure they actually happened. Or if they did, I'm still not sure if what I saw was real or not. I don't remember feeling any pain, that much I know for sure, but I remember seeing the gray sky above me and the shapes of branches reaching upwards. I stared up for a bit before realizing I was probably on my back. From the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A grayish figure whose shape was hard to make out. I could hear noises, but they seemed distant and far away. I can't describe them. I could barely even hear them. I remember moving my head slightly and feeling something pushed down abruptly. Something spoke, but I couldn't make out the words. From the corner of my eye, I spotted something on the ground and tried to focus on it. It looked like a rock, but no, it had something dark and fuzzy on it. It looked kind of like my hair, actually. I remember reaching out for it and touching it. Whatever it was soft and it felt like hair. I picked it up and noticed it was light and hollow. Slowly I turned it to see what was on the inside. All I saw was a yellowish concave surface with flecks of red. A hand suddenly rested on mine, forcing me to drop the rock that I held. My eyes tried to focus on it, but there must have been a mistake. The hand looked wrong. It was clad in cold, metallic, silvery material and only had 3 fingers. I traced the arm up to its surface and was greeted by a cold, faceless visor that stared down at me. I could see my own reflection in it, my own face, slack-jawed with half-lit eyes. But above my forehead, I'm not sure I recognized anything. There was just this reddish pink that I didn't recognize at first. I could see needles jolting out of whatever it was and 3-fingered hands doing something. Something. What was it? I remember watching them work for a moment before the first and only clear thought I had crossed my mind. Was that my brain? Jesus Christ, was I looking at my own brain? I could feel my heart begin to race as panic set in. I tried to pull away. I tried to lift my head, but several pairs of sturdy hands held me down. They didn't stop me from seeing what had become of my body, though. My shirt had been pulled up and the skin of my chest was pulled back. I could see shapes and flesh that I never should have been able to see. I could see the swell of my own lungs and the beat of my own heart. I could see them. I remember screaming and then back to nothing. I woke up on the ground in the middle of the woods about 3 hours after I left home. I think it goes without saying that the first thing I did was feel around the top of my head. No exposed brain, just the top of my skull, right where it belongs. I lifted my shirt only to see my own chest, not my exposed organs, and that was enough for me. I didn't stick around after that. I thought I'd gone deeper into the woods, but my home was just within view when I stood up, and I sprinted back there as fast as my legs could fucking carry me. That was 3 days ago, and I haven't heard the hum since. Every morning, there's been nothing but silence. It's like it was never even there to begin with, but even if it's gone now, I haven't forgotten about it. Whatever it was, I know it was out there, and I may never figure out just what it was. I noticed a scar on my scalp yesterday while I was washing my hair. It's faint. I can only barely feel it with my fingertips, but it's there. I can feel it looping around my skull in the place where I'm sure it had been taken off. It's not the only scar I found either. There's a Y incision on my chest, like what you see on someone who got autopsied. It's hard to see with the naked eye. When I tried to look at it in the mirror, I really only saw a faint white line of scar tissue, but I can feel it when I touch it. A little bump in my skin. Maybe it'll go away with time. I don't know. I hope it does. I don't want to remember what it felt like to be opened up. I know it sounds stupid, but part of me wants to go back into those woods again. I think whatever is out there is gone now, but Maybe if I look hard enough, I'll find something. I don't know what, but something. I haven't worked up the courage to go out there again, though. Maybe whatever was out there, whoever was out there, has moved to a new location where they won't be disturbed. Or maybe they just found a way to do whatever they were doing in a quieter way. I'm not sure I want to try my luck by disturbing them again, though. I read an article about sonic weapons once, high-tech military stuff. I got to thinking about that after my last incident in the woods, and I put together a little theory. Whoever was out there used something on me to get me to leave. Now, maybe they fucked up and hit me a little too hard, or maybe they really were trying to kill me. I don't know for sure, but I think that whatever was out there decided to spare me. Whatever damage they did, I think they undid it. I think they saved me. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm not. But it's better to imagine that was what happened than any of the alternatives. Whatever their intentions were, it's best not to go looking for them. If I'm right, they don't want to hurt anyone. And if I'm wrong, well, let's just hope I'm not wrong. I found the deeper I walked into the suicide forest, the fresher the bodies became, until at the heart of the woods, only sacks hung from the branches. Suddenly, a fully formed man burst from one and clutched at the cord around his neck, and then went limp and swayed in silence. It was finally warm enough for us to swim in the river, and we couldn't wait to get out there. Thanks to our parents' no electronics at the cabin rule, we didn't learn about the toxic leak until our bodies were already beginning to deform. The Motel by Rose Black. I've slept in some shitty places, but god damn, this one was by far the worst. It was 2 years ago. I was driving across the states so that I could attend my cousin's wedding. I had been on the road for 12 hours, only stopping every 4 or so when I needed to use the bathroom, grab a bite to eat, or just stretch my legs. Against my better judgment, I decided to attempt driving through the night. By about, hour 20, I came to regret my decision as my eyelids began feeling heavy. I groaned at my stupidity and the fact there weren't any places around me I could stop at, or so I thought. While going up a hill, I saw it slowly come into view. It was almost as if it was appearing out of thin air. It read, Mike's Motel. Relieved that I found a place to sleep, I pulled into the parking lot. Once parked, I got out of my car and went inside. Instantly, the smell of must invaded my nostrils. Under most other circumstances, I would have left. However, I figured beggars couldn't be choosers. I went over to the desk and rang the bell. From out of a room with the door marked hotel staff only came an older-looking man. I assumed he was either the manager or a worker. "Do you want a room for the night?" he asked. "Yeah. How much does it cost?" He pointed to a sign that listed the prices for how long someone was to be staying. Once I paid, he handed me the key to my room. It was located in the middle of the right side. Walking down that hallway towards it only made the musty smell more noticeable. Outdated doesn't even come close to describing that place. Granted, I wasn't expecting the 5-star treatment, but from the looks of it, this place hadn't gotten anything new in years. There wasn't even a TV in the place. Weird light brown and yellow stains covered the walls and ceilings. My shoes stuck to the floor a little, which made me apprehensive about taking them off and walking on it in my socks. The bed didn't seem any better. The thoughts that passed through my mind were wondering how many STDs had been caught by someone while in it, and when the last time its sheets had been washed was. Jesus Christ, this looks filthy, I said, and noticed some black dots on the sheets. I hope those aren't bed bugs. I briefly wondered what I'd see if I were to use a black light inside this room, and quickly repressed that thought. Some things are better left unanswered anyway. The one thing I could think to do to improve my sleeping situation a little better was to pull the sheets off and shake in order to get the pests off. When I no longer saw any black dots on the sheets, I pulled them back on the bed. Despite the condition of the room, my tiredness caused me to fall asleep almost instantly. For a short while, my slumber was relatively peaceful. That is until I woke up by a loud noise coming from above me. It was as if someone had dropped a large weight in the room above me. My eyes shot open. Annoyed, I pulled out my phone and checked it to see that I had only been asleep for 4 hours. I put my phone back in my shirt pocket in an attempt to ignore it and go back to sleep, only to hear it again. This time it was louder. I could feel the vibrations of it through the walls, and I thought I heard glass breaking. I considered complaining to the man at the front desk. Somehow I found it doubtful that would solve the problem. When it happened a third time, I had reached my limit. From the nightstand by the bed, I pulled out a Bible. "Shut the fuck up!" I yelled, throwing it with all my strength against the ceiling. It slammed against it with a hard thud and fell to the floor. I waited for another thud to occur. When it didn't, I thought that was the end of the matter. Then I heard some footsteps coming from the end of the hall shortly later. I swear to God, if this asshole wants to start some shit with me after waking me up, I'm going to... My thoughts ceased when I heard a growling coming from the door. Of course, I have to deal with a drug addict in this godforsaken place. I searched for something to use as a weapon. The closest thing I saw to one was the lamp. The issue with using it, though, was it would leave me in the dark. I thought that maybe if I waited, they would go away. This was disproven when a loud slam was heard at the door, making it rattle. They must be running against it. I may need a weapon after all, I thought. The only other place I could think of checking was the bathroom. Naturally, I wanted to avoid entering it at all costs. As they say, though, desperate times call for desperate measures. The smell nearly made me vomit. I was able to suppress the feeling long enough to find a towel rack that had fallen off the wall. I picked it up, taking care not to touch the rusty part. I could hear yelling when I came out of my room. I recognized it as coming from the man at the front desk. I thought he was chastising the one at my door. Then he started screaming. I felt my stomach sink because I knew it was from him being in pain. This was followed by another slam against the door. This time it was much stronger. I didn't notice what had happened at first. Soon I realized what had happened. Splinters were forming in the door. They must have a weapon. Just my luck. Not only do I have to deal with an addict, I also have to deal with one that probably has a baseball bat or something. The reason for my assumption was that for all the motel's faults, the doors were at least fairly durable. Regardless of any drugs someone happened to be on, there was no way they could do that much damage to it without some sort of weapon. Or, if they aren't human. The slamming continued until a part of the door was broken away. I was able to sidestep in time to avoid the flying fragments of wood that hit the window behind me. The hotel guy had been shoved through the door head first. Splinters were stuck inside his face and one was even in his eye. His body was hanging limp halfway into the room. That was all the door could take. It fell off its hinges to reveal something that made my breath catch in my throat and drop the shower rack that I doubt would have been much help against what was standing in front of me anyway. It was something I can only barely classify as canine. First off, it was furless, save for the tuft and white on its head. Secondly, it was tall. It was so tall it had to walk on its hands and feet, and even then it was nearly touching the ceiling. Yes, I said hands and feet, not paws. It had long black claws protruding from them that were so sharp they dug into the floor. Third, and what I found the most disturbing about it, was its mouth. It seemed nearly too big for its body and it curved upwards as if it was smiling. With its giant maws, it picked up the lifeless man off the floor. With one backward tilt of its head, it got his entire body into its mouth, where it began to chew him up. As my ears were invaded by the sound of grinding bones and flesh, and I was too scared to even scream, only one thought entered my mind. I can't believe I paid $50 to sleep here. The beast, having finished its snack, focused its attention on me. I slowly started backing up as it came further into the room. Nice, whatever you are, you don't need to eat anyone else, right? I'm not sure if what it did next was a response to what I said or if it was something it would have done anyways. It twisted its head in a clockwise motion, making it sound like it was breaking its own neck. This was my signal that I was a goner. It got ready to lunge at me when something made it stop. It looked to be in discomfort. I didn't understand why it was acting this way. Then my eyes fell on the bathroom door. It was at that moment I understood the cause of its behavior. Due to its canine abilities, its sense of smell was incredibly strong. Thanks to the poor maintenance of this bathroom, a strength of it had become a weakness. Knowing this, I quickly went over to the bathroom door while it was dazed and opened it. Even though the smell was suffocating, I knew that it was even worse for it. Now it was having trouble staying on its feet. Capitalizing on the opportunity, I pulled the sheets off the bed and threw them over the creature. This caused it to become tangled up. As it was wrestling with the sheets, I grabbed the nightstand and swung it against the window, smashing it into pieces. I leaped out the window. I wasted no time in sprinting towards my car. Unfortunately, it had managed to shake off its fatigue as well as the sheets. With a roar that I'm pretty sure I heard cause some windows to shatter, it gave chase. Thankfully, my car wasn't that far away. The problem was, I didn't think I could reach it before it caught me. By another stroke of luck, I came across a ladder that was resting along the side of the building. Although I was slightly curious about this, that was trumped by the overwhelming fear that was running through my body. I leaped onto it and was able to climb it, and that thing attempted to snap at my heels. Fortunately, it didn't have enough time to get a hold of me. It, too, tried to climb the ladder, only for it to break under its weight. Reaching the rooftop showed me the answer to my curiosity. There were cracks running all through the rooftop. I felt bad for anyone unfortunate enough to have gotten a room on the top floor while it was raining. How that motel hadn't been shut down already, I have no idea. Still, I was safe from it. For a minute. It roamed around below me. I was hoping it would eventually wander off. Instead, it did something that made me wonder if there was a God, and if he wanted me dead. It paused and glared up at me, then squinted down at its legs. No! With its leg strength, it was able to reach the roof in a single jump. It crashed down with a tremendous boom, causing me to fall back. I only had the strength to lift my head and stare at it as it barreled towards me, as it was only a couple feet away from tearing me to pieces. Part of the roof collapsed under its weight. It let out a surprising growl before falling, and I could smell a strong scent of smoke that seemed to be coming from the area of the motel the room I was sleeping in had been at. What could have caused that? I wondered. The lamp! You see, I realized in my haste to acquire something to break the window of the room I was in, I must have accidentally caused the lamp to fall off the nightstand as I was grabbing it. This led to the bulb shattering and the filament touching something in the room that was flammable, thus creating a fire. It spread quickly and, in combination with the damage already present, abided in the roof's collapse. The beast tried to hold on, pulling itself up to no avail. I seized the moment and kicked it hard in its nose, making it lose grip and fall into the flames below. Its agonizing screams as it withered in the flames made me feel like eardrums were going to burst. I didn't have time to worry about this since the rest of the building was collapsing due to the fire. Eventually, the part of the roof I was on collapsed as well. I yelled while sliding down. Somehow the building had fallen apart in such a way that allowed me to slide down safely to the ground. I wasted no time getting back to my car. This was because I wasn't sure that the monster was dead. Also, since I had technically caused the fire, I wanted to avoid complications with any cops that were going to show up later. As I drove around the building and towards the exit leading to the road, I glanced back at the motel. Hanging out the window above my room's floor were 3 men. They were dressed in cloaks and their faces had been damaged beyond recognition, with shards of glass sticking out of them, except for the middle one. For a split second, I thought I saw his head move a little. I didn't stop to confirm this. I pulled out of the parking lot of that shithole and sped down the highway. I have no idea what those 3 men were thinking. I thought people usually do drugs in places like that, or hire prostitutes. Personally, I don't care if they do. If they wanted to do that kind of stuff, it doesn't matter to me. However, summoning demons is where I draw the line. I just hope they died in the fire and that motel stays closed. I made sure to take an alternate route on the way home. Sure, it may have added another 2 hours to my trip home, but I wasn't going to take any chances of running into any cops in that area. If there's any advice I can leave you all with, it's this. Don't wait till you nearly fall asleep at the wheel to find a place to rest. You may end up avoiding an encounter with a demon, or something almost as bad or even worse. Also, don't do rituals. Most of them probably don't work, and when they do, all that happens is people get killed by whatever got summoned. Anyway, that's it. See ya. You better not be bringing those upstairs, my mother warned, noticing me about to leave the kitchen with a bag of chips. I sat down next to her at the table and opened the bag, stifling my tears as I wondered how much longer my sister could possibly last without food. When I woke up, the doctor looked at me with disbelief in his eyes. He turned to the nurse and said, "Let the governor know that we'll need to authorized for another lethal injection. Josh ran into the corridor to escape the creature. As he turned the corner to the stairs, it was standing there, waiting for him. Laughing Jack by Snuff Bomb. It was a nice summer's day. My 5-year-old son James was playing outside in the backyard of our suburban home. James has always been a quiet boy. He plays by himself mostly. He never had many friends, but he has always had a wild imagination. I was in the kitchen feeding our dog Fido when I heard what sounded like James talking to someone in the backyard. I'm not sure who it was he could be talking to. Could he have finally made a friend? Being a single mom, it's hard for me to always keep an eye on my son, so I decided to go outside and check on him. When I went to the backyard, I was a bit confused because James was the only person out there. Was he talking to himself? I could have sworn I heard another voice. "James, it's time to come inside," I called out to him. He came inside and sat down at the kitchen table. It was about lunchtime, so I decided to make him a turkey sandwich. "James, who were you talking to out there?" I asked. James looked up at me for a moment. "I was playing with my new friend," he said, smiling. I poured him some milk and continued to pry, as any good mother would. "Does your friend have a name? Why didn't you ask your friend to have lunch with us?" I asked. James stared at me for a moment before replying. "His name is Laughin' Jack." I was a bit back by what he had said. "Oh, that's a strange name. What does your friend look like?" I asked, a bit confused. "He's a clown. He has long hair and big swirly cone nose. He's got long arms and baggy pants with striped socks, and he's always smiling." I realized my son was talking about an imaginary friend. I suppose it's normal for a kid his age to have imaginary friends, especially when he has no real kids to play with. It's probably just a phase. The rest of the day went as per usual. It was starting to get late, so I put James to bed. I tucked him in and gave him a kiss and made sure to turn on the nightlight before I closed the door. I was pretty tired myself, so I decided to go to bed not long after. I had an awful nightmare. It was dark. It was some kind of run-down amusement park. I was scared, running through an endless field of empty tents, broken down rides, and abandoned game huts. The whole place had a horrible look to it. Everything was black and white. The prize stuffed animals all hung from nooses in the game huts, all with sick grins stitched into their faces. It felt like the whole park was looking at me, even though there wasn't another living thing in sight. Then suddenly, I began to hear music play. The sound of Pop Goes the Weasel began to play on a squeeze box, echoing through the park. It was hypnotizing. I followed its tune to the circus tent, almost in a trance, unable to stop my legs from moving forwards. It was pitch black, the only light coming from a single spotlight shining in the center of the big top. As I walked towards the light, the music slowed down. I found myself singing along, unable to stop. All around the merry bush, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought it was all in fun. The music stopped right before it climaxed, and suddenly the light shot on. The intensity of the lights was practically blinding. All I could see was a small dark silhouette shuffling towards me. And then another one appeared, and another one, and another one. There were dozens of them all coming towards me. I couldn't move. My legs were frozen. All I could do was watch as these haunting figures drew near. And as they grew close, I could see they were children. As I looked at each one, I noticed they were horribly disfigured and mutilated. Some had cuts all over their bodies. Others were severely burnt. and others were missing limbs, even eyes. The children enveloped me, clawing at my flesh, dragging me to the ground and tearing inside me as the children tore me apart, and I faded away. All I could hear was laughter. Horrible, awful, evil laughter. I woke up the next morning in a cold sweat. After a few deep breaths, I looked over and saw a few of James's action figures were positioned facing me on top of my nightstand. I sighed. James had probably woken up early and put these here. I gathered up the toys and made my way to James's room. However, when I opened the door, James was sound asleep. I just shrugged and placed the toys back in his toy box and headed to the living room. A little while later, James woke up and I made him his breakfast. He was quiet and seemed a bit groggy. Perhaps he didn't sleep well either. I decided to ask him about the toys. "James, honey, did you put toys in Mommy's room this morning?" His eyes shot up at me for a moment and then quickly glanced back down at his cereal. "Laughin' Jack did it." I rolled my eyes and responded, "Well, you tell Laughin' Jack to keep the toys in your room." James nodded and finished up his breakfast and then decided to go play out in the backyard. I went to relax in the living room. I must have dozed off because I woke up a couple hours later. Shit, I need to check up on James. I was a bit worried. It had been over 2 hours and I hadn't checked on him. I went to step outside into the backyard, but James wasn't there anymore. I was getting nervous, so I called out to him, "James? James, where are you?" Just then, I heard a giggle come from the front yard. I rushed through the gate around to the front of the house. James was sitting on the sidewalk. I breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to him. "James, how many times have I told you to stay in the backyard?" "James, what are you eating?" James looked up at me and then reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of hard candy in all colors. This made me very nervous. "James, who gave you that candy?" James just stared at me, not speaking. "James, please tell Mommy where you got that candy." James hung his head down and said, "Laughing Jack gave it to me." My heart sank. I kneeled down to look him in the eyes. "James, I've had enough of this damn Laughing Jack thing. He is not real. Now this is a very serious situation and I need to know who gave you the candy." I could see my son's eyes tear up. "But Mama, Laughing Jack did give me the candy." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. James has never lied to me, but what he was telling me was impossible. I made him spit out the candy and threw the rest away. James appeared to be fine. Maybe I'm overreacting after all. He could have gotten it from Tom and Linda from next door or Mr. Walker down the street. Either way, I'm going to have to keep a closer eye on James. That night, I put James to bed as usual and decided to go to bed early myself. Suddenly, I was woken up by a loud bang coming from the kitchen. I sprung out of bed and hurried down the stairs. When I got to the kitchen, I was horrified. Everything on the counter had been thrown to the floor, and our dog Fido hung dead from a light fixture. His stomach was cut open and stuffed with candy, the same type that James was eating earlier that day. My shock was quickly broken by a sharp scream coming from James's room, followed by loud crashes. I quickly grabbed a knife from the drawer and moved up the stairs with a speed that only a mother whose child is in danger could have. I burst through the door and flicked on the light. Everything in the room was knocked over and tossed on the floor. My poor son in his bed, crying and shaking with fear. A pool of urine stained the sheets. I scooped up my child and ran out of the house and went next door to Tom and Linda's house. Luckily, they were still awake. They let me use their phone and I called the police. It didn't take them long to arrive and I explained what happened. They looked at me as if I was crazy. They searched the house, but all they found was a dead dog and 2 trashed rooms. The officers told me that someone had probably gotten into the house and done this right before making a quick escape when they heard someone coming up the stairs. I knew it wasn't true. All the doors were locked and none of the windows were open. Whatever was in my house didn't come from the outside. The next day, James stayed inside. I didn't want him to leave my sight. I went to the garage and found his old baby monitor and set it up in his room. If anything comes into it tonight, I was going to be able to hear it. I went to the kitchen and grabbed the largest knife from the drawer and put it in the nightstand. Imaginary friend or not, I'm not going to let anything hurt my little boy. Soon enough, night came. I put James to bed. He was afraid, but I promised him that I wasn't going to let anything happen to him. I tucked him in, gave him a kiss, and turned on the nightlight. Before closing the door, I whispered to him, "Good night, James. I love you." I tried to stay up as long as I could, but after a few hours, I felt myself drift off. My baby would be safe for the night, and I needed to sleep. Just as I laid my head on the pillow, I heard soft noises coming from the baby monitor I had put on my nightstand. At first, it sounded like interference, like the kind a radio would make. Then it turned into a soft moan. Was James asleep? Then I heard it. The laugh from my nightmare. That horrible laugh. I sprung up from my bed and grabbed the knife from under my pillow. I rushed into James's room and cracked the door open. I tried the light switch, but it wouldn't come on. I took a step in, and I could feel warm, thick liquid on my feet. Suddenly, James's nightlight came on, and I could see the absolute horror that laid out in front of me. James's body was nailed to the wall. The nails pierced through his hands and feet. His chest was cut wide open, and his organs hung down to the floor. His eyes and tongue had been removed, along with most of his teeth. It was disgusting. I could hardly believe this was my baby boy. Then I heard it again, the soft, desperate moan. James was still alive. My baby, my poor baby, in so much pain, barely clinging to life. I ran across the room and vomited on the floor, but my sickness was interrupted by a horrible cackle coming from behind me. I spun around while still wiping the bile from my mouth. Then out of the shadows emerged the fiend responsible for all of this horror. Laughing Jack. His ghost white skin and matted black hair hanging down to his shoulders. He had piercing white eyes surrounded by dark black rings. His twisted smile revealing a row of sharp, jagged teeth. And his skin didn't look like skin at all. It almost looked like rubber or plastic. He wore a patchy black and white clown outfit with striped sleeves and socks. His body itself was grotesque, his long arms hanging down past his waist, and the way that he was posed made him look almost boneless, like a rag doll. He let out a sickening laugh as if to let me know he was pleased with my reaction to his work. He then turned around slowly in front of James and began to laugh even more at the horrific sight he has laid out. That was enough to shake me from my terror. I snapped, "Get away from him, you bastard!" I rushed at the monster, raising my knife above my head and stabbing down at him. But as soon as the knife touched him, he disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. The knife passed through him and pierced James' still beating heart, splashing that warm blood on my face. No, what have I done? My baby! I killed my baby. I immediately fell to my knees, and I could hear sirens in the distance growing louder. My boy, my sweet baby boy. I promised Mommy would protect you, but I failed. I'm sorry, James. I'm so sorry. Police soon arrived to find me in front of my son, still wielding a knife covered in my baby's blood. The trial was short. Insanity. I was placed in the Fire Palace, house for the criminally insane. where I have been for the past 2 months. It's not so bad here. The only reason I'm awake now is because someone is playing Pop Goes the Weasel outside my window. I'll be talking to the orderlies about it in the morning. The ransom letter conclude. If the money isn't there by noon tomorrow, your son dies. He ran his fingers across the page, but couldn't find a single word of Braille. I laughed when the old gypsy woman told me I'd die falling off a chair. What she didn't tell me is that it would be kicked out from under me with a noose tied around my neck. What's Dead Should Stay Dead by P.A. Nightmares. He woke up, confusion crossed his face. The last thing he remembers is answering his door, and then the world went black. He tried to look around, but he could not move at all. Struggling, his environment slowly came into focus. He was in his kitchen. The familiar hum of the refrigerator is the only noise that he hears. The longer that he is there, the louder the hum becomes until it's almost deafening. Suddenly, the door to his trailer is open and in wafts the stench of death and decay. Scared, he starts to cry out for help. However, the voice that responded to him was the last one he ever wanted to hear again. Honey, be quiet, please. You'll wake the neighbors. It's rude to be that loud at this time of night. The familiar female voice spoke to him in a sweet, assuring tone. You are safe, honey. I'm not going to hurt you. I just went for a little walk while I waited for you to wake.
Amanda, how are you here? I buried you a week ago.
Oh, Jim, our vows said till death do us part. I may have died, but you did not, so I came back to be with you, my love. She stepped into the light. The gash in her throat, where I had sliced her ear to ear, leaked pus and blood every time she breathes or speaks. Insects are crawling in and out of her open head wound and her now missing eye. Seeing her makes him scream bloody murder, the sight and smell of her causing him to expel the contents of his stomach. However, since his head is tied into place, he begins to choke. Amanda rushes forward and cuts his head free, allowing him to get the vial out of his throat. After Jim finishes vomiting, his next question sparks anger into Amanda.
Vicky, where's Vicky?
He gasps. Amanda turns his chair around, and he is met with the grisly sight of Vicky's lifeless body. Her throat cut, and her head had been bashed in. Amanda snarls for the first time. She sounded like the undead abomination that she is. You killed me to be with her. I came back for you, she yells. Because not even death can stop my love for you, yet you are more concerned with Vicky, she mocks. Well, I did to Vicky what you did to me, Jim, so now that she's dead and I'm back, things will change. Do you understand me? Jim by now was so scared, all he could do was nod. He swallowed and chanced a question for his wife.
Honey, are you just going to keep me tied to this chair all night? Would you be so kind as to untie me?
He asked hesitantly. She replied coldly, If you try anything, I will make you like me. Amanda walks over to the kitchen sink and grabs the largest knife she could find. Bending down over her husband, she cuts the ties that are restraining him. As she does, the knife slips, cutting him deeply. She looks him deep in the eyes and licks the blood off the knife. A sick smile crossing her face. Remember, if you betray me, I'll make you like me. Her husband looks at her with fears in his eyes.
I understand.
He says, defeated. He looks at Vicky's body, sorrow overtaking him. However, a plan was forming in how he would get rid of his wife once and for all.
Sweetie, would you be so kind as to help me get rid of the body? We cannot just leave it here. Our lovely home would start to stink of rotten decay.
Jim thinks to himself.
Well, more than you already have.
It brought a smile to his face. Amanda looked at him with a cold, dead look in her eye. If this is some kind of trap, Jim, I will make sure you suffer for it.
Let us get rid of her. I want you to be happy. I will go bury her in the backyard. Then we can be happy together. Would this please you?
She eyed him suspiciously. Why would you want to make me happy after you killed me?
My love, you came back for me. Had I known your love for me was so strong, I would have never harmed you. Please, let me make it up to you and dispose of her.
He says in a sweet and convincing tone. Fine, do as you please, but if you...
Yes, if I betray you, you will make me like you. I understand. I just want to prove my love for you.
He dug a 6-foot hole as Amanda watched with her cold, dead eye. He lowered a crude wooden box into the darkness. Him and his wife grabbed Vicky's body and carried her over. Once they reached it, they lowered her body into the grave. His wife smiled as she looked down at Vicky. Oh, honey, I'm so happy you realized your mistake, Amanda said happily. As she was distracted, Jim had moved behind her, grabbing a shotgun he always hid inside a barrel.
I always know what I want,
Jim said before blasting his wife in the back, knocking her into the hole. He jumped in the grave himself. He had hidden the hammer and spikes in the box. He started to quickly nail his wife onto the wood, but neither of them had noticed something until the rope ladder he had intended to use to get out fell to the dirt next to him. Vicky had come back to life and had cut the rope. Jim looked up at her in shock.
Vicky!
He yelled. Distracted, Amanda bit him hard in the neck, making him scream as she pulled him close and pulled the lid over both of them. Before he could pull away, she wrapped herself around him, and soon he heard dirt hitting the wooden box. Before everything went black, he heard his wife say, "Till death do us part." If you're enjoying this video, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. My friends love to tell me that my boyfriend is a lot like my father. As I gaze down to the cigarette burns on my stomach, I realized he is exactly like my father. Blink by PA Nightmares. This has been going on for weeks. Little things at first. A lamp was on the other side of my room. The spots on my dog seemed to be slightly off. But now it's increasingly getting worse, like when I'm looking in the mirror, my hair is lighter than it used to be. Or my mom's Ford is now a Toyota, and when I ask her if she had gotten a loaner vehicle and what happened to her van, she says she's had this van for years. I figured I must have gotten the makes of the vehicles mixed up. I have never been much of a car person, so I let it go and went on with my life as if nothing was wrong. However, last night I had a dream of me sitting with my two best friends at lunch, talking about boys we thought were cute and how we can't wait for school to be over because we wanted to go to the beach. The people in my dreams were different from my real friends. For example, Angie's hair was pink instead of blonde. My friend of 5 years, Jess, I was now calling Jessica, a name she had always hated. I woke from my dream and got ready for school, suffering through a boring morning. I was ready for lunch. Getting to see my friends has always been the highlight of my day. The bell rang to signal the end of 5th period. I got up and left the classroom, practically running to the cafeteria, elated to see my friends. Once they came into view, I noticed Angie's hair right away. Jess was sitting beside her as I approached, and I cautiously commented, "Hey Angie, nice hair." Angie gave me a very confused glance. "What do you mean? My hair's been like this for years." Jess, back me up. Just yesterday, her hair was blonde, right? I stared at Jess, hoping for her reassurance. Jess glared at me before rolling her eyes in an exaggerated manner. "No, her hair has been pink for years now. Why did you call me Jess? You know I like being called Jessica." They both just started to laugh at me, like I had suddenly become this punchline in the world's greatest joke. "Come on, you two, the joke is over. This is not funny anymore. I know you had blonde hair just yesterday, Angie. Also, Jess, I know for a fact that you hate being called Jessica. You tell me all the time that you hate when your mom calls you Jessica because it sounds too formal, and you hate formal. For crying out loud, I have never even seen you wear a dress." I was slowly getting both frustrated and distressed. Were they just messing with me? My friends looked at me with concern clear on their face. They stood up and put their hands on my shoulders. Angie spoke up. "Hey, you feeling okay, girl? Why don't we get you to the nurse? We don't know what's wrong with you. If you're sick and have a fever, but you're not acting like yourself at all." Not wanting to argue, I let my friends escort me to the nurse's office. After getting there, I told the nurse I was feeling sick and would like to go home. "What seems to be the matter, sweetie?" the nurse asked me while feigning concern. "I just don't feel well. I'm not acting myself today. I think I might be coming down with something. I really didn't think explain that my entire world was changing around me was going to do me any favors in this situation." The nurse checked my temperature. "Oh my, you seem to have a small fever. Let me call your mother and have her come pick you up." "Thank you. May I lie down until she gets here?" "Of course, sweetie. The bed's just over there," as she nodded her head towards the concrete hard bed that I was sure was older than I was. I headed over to the bed and laid down. I was thinking of how strange the day had turned out to be. Just yesterday, I knew that my friends were different, but just like all the other stuff that had changed, it occurred after I had dreamt it. Am I seeing the future? No, that's not it. That wouldn't make sense. That would not account for how Jess and Angie claimed that her hair had been pink for years. So what is actually going on with me, and why me? I was so lost in thought that I didn't hear my mom come into the office. "Where is she at?" I could hear my mom rushing into the room. She had never handled me even getting a paper cut well, let alone when I was actually sick. The nurse sighed. She was far too used to dealing with parents like mine. "She's in the room just over there. She wanted to lie down until you got here." Mom came in to check on me with a concerned expression and asked, "Are you okay? Parthia, tell me what's wrong." "I don't know, Mom. I just started to feel sick. I started to get very confused, probably due to the fever. I just want to go home and rest, Mom." I knew there was no way I could tell my mom what I was actually thinking. "Okay, sweetie, let's get you home and into bed." My mom draped my arms around her shoulder and carried me to her car. Almost like she was sure I was dying. It didn't seem to matter to her that I just had a fever and that I was perfectly capable of walking on my own 2 feet. On top of the fact that I was being carried out of my school in front of my friends like I was a baby was super embarrassing. And I knew I would never live this shit down. Getting home, I went to my room and laid down, falling asleep quickly. I was plagued with horrible nightmares. In this nightmare, I was looking down as my 2 best friends were being hunted by a creature with glowing red eyes. It looked like it had no physical body, almost as if it was a manifestation of pure hate, and the only thing visible was the glowing red eyes that shined in the darkness. My friends ran through the house screaming in terror as they entered the living room. I could see that Angie's parents lay dead on the floor, ripped apart by something. I assumed this entity was responsible for this carnage. Angie stopped to look at her parents for a brief second. Her father was disemboweled, his organs strewed across their once pristine carpet. Her once beautiful mother mutilated beyond recognition. Her body was shredded, and even more shocking was that her mother seemed to be missing her head. Angie screamed in anguish at the sight of her parents. Her screams deepened with panic as 4 slashes formed on her back and her blood began to flow freely. Jessica came rushing over and helped her off the floor. They staggered together, trying to escape their living nightmare. They kept running, but it was absolutely pointless. The entity caught up to them in a blink of an eye. Had Jessica just left Angie there, she may have gotten away, but she could not leave her friend behind to die alone. Now they stood cornered by this monstrosity and had nowhere to run. The creature lunged and ripped and hacked at them, tearing off limbs. The entire time, the girls never stopped screaming. I jolted up in bed and screaming, thankful it was just a dream. I looked over the door and saw a pair of glowing red eyes boring into me. With a thud, I hit the floor, falling out of the bed, and I realized that the eyes in my doorway were just another bad dream. I ran into my mom's room. I need to go to Angie's. She's in trouble. I just know it. What do you mean? She asked me. I screamed, Angie is in trouble. I need to save her. Mom got out of bed. Fine. If you think she's in trouble and it will calm you down, then we will go to her house. We got into the car and raced to her house. I ran into her home just to witness the bloodiest thing I would ever see in my life. Just like in my dream, Angie's parents lay dead on the floor. Bloody parts littered the entire living room, and a pool of blood sat in the exact spot where Angie had been attacked. I rushed into the next room, and I wailed as I saw my 2 best friends mutilated beyond recognition. My mother must have heard my screams because she came running into the house only to cry out in shock. She pulled me off my 2 dead best friends and called the cops. I fought with her, not wanting to be separated from them. Soon, I was outside, sobbing on my mother's shoulder as she spoke to the police. I was so upset the police didn't even bother trying to talk to me. I wasn't injured, and my mom told them we only came over because I had forgotten some school projects, so the police let us go home after a few hours of questioning at the scene. Mom took me home to rest after the shock of finding that massacre. What was happening? Everything I dreamt had happened. It's like I'm the reason this is all happening. The world would be better off if I never existed. My friends would still be alive. How much better would the world be if my dreams were actually just dreams? At this moment, an idea came to me. If I caused the change to my friend's appearance, and if I was responsible for my friend's gory death, then why couldn't I dream that I was never born, or that I died before all of this happened? Yes, that would be perfect. Then none of my friends or their families' lives would have been ruined because of me. A plan took shape in my mind. If I could just lucid dream, or even control my nightmares, then I could go back to before I was born and stop all of this from ever happening. So I looked up how to lucid dream, and what came up was a checklist of things to do before bed and throughout the night. I started off small. I set an alarm for anywhere between 3 to 5 hours after I fell asleep. I started keeping track of my dreams in a journal, and when I would fall back asleep, I would try to do what they call a reality check, looking into a mirror to see if my reflection was normal, press my hands against a solid object to see if they would pass through. The most common one I used was pushing my palms together. Slowly, I could tell the difference between when I was dreaming and when I was awake. It took me months, and I still did not have a very good handle on it. However, I did manage to not have any dreams where I killed anyone else. Little things kept changing, like my teachers were different and such, but I learned to live with it, knowing that once I got this down and carried out my plans, none of it would matter anyways. The night finally came. I decided I had control to choose where my dreams went, and that I had the ability to choose what I wanted to do in them. So that night, I lay down on my bed for what I thought would be the last time and focused on my mother, before she met my father and had me. It worked, but not in the way I expected. Last night, I dreamt that my mother was about 18 years old and had died in a car accident. When I woke up this morning, everything was different. The house I lived in, my bedroom, my mother was nowhere to be found, and only the pictures of my dad and his side of the family hung on the walls. Nowhere could I find a single picture of me with him. Even now, as I sit here typing this on my father's laptop, I am slowly fading away. So, if you ever find yourself questioning reality, like maybe your room changed slightly, your dog looks different, maybe you should find a way to control your dreams, or better yet, stop dreaming altogether, before you end up hurting people you love, or blinking yourself out of this reality. Pythia's father got home and opened his laptop to a document he did not write. His brows furrowed as he skimmed through the pages. After reading it, he commented to himself,
"Damn. Another oracle that did not work out. I can't seem to figure out why this keeps happening. Next time, maybe I should warn them about the dreams when they are young. This always seems to start after they hit puberty. The original Oracle Delphi seems to have been the only one who could handle the weight of these abilities. Oh well, on to the next one."
His eyes started to glow a vibrant blue as he sighed, almost as though he was disappointed in himself. He slouched as a tear ran down his face, and slowly every trace of him and his former life vanished from the house. Thunder clapped outside as the last phantom of him disappeared. Some people swore they could see a bearded man's face form in the storm clouds that night. But just as quickly as the storm started, with a blinding white light, it was gone. In your stupid arrogance, you have done nothing but murder innocent women. As the terrified villagers felt the fire consume them, they finally understood what happens when you try to burn a real witch. Hourglass by Rando Carizian. The midnight air was still and cool. A woman sat outside her house on a small wooden bench. Her deep, rich red hair glistened softly in the moonlight, as her hazel green eyes sparkled as she looked up to the stars. "Madame Margaret?" a woman's voice shouted out from the darkness. Although the woman was clearly concerned, her voice was gentle. "My lady, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night?" she asked, putting a blanket around Margaret. "You're going to catch a cold," she said softly, almost in a whisper. "Thank you, Janet," Margaret said, looking at her with a half smile. "However, I will be fine," she said, looking up at the stars. Janet looked to the stars as well. "What are you looking at, my lady?" she asked softly. "Time," Margaret replied. "The bitter reality of time. We can run from it, avoid it, hide from it, but when it calls, we answer because it's our master, and we its puppets." Janet looked back to Margaret. Margaret's eyes were still fixed on the sky above her. "My lady," Janet said in a very concerned tone, "please come inside," she begged. "It is the coldest month of the year in England, and you are out here in the middle of the night," Janet proclaimed. "You have a meeting with Court Marquis tomorrow, and this cold is already affecting you as you're just spouting nonsense. Please, my lady, come inside." Margaret looked at Janet. Margaret could hear the concern in Janet's voice and see the fear on her face. So, without another moment of hesitation, Margaret nodded and followed Janet inside. "This should warm you up, my lady," Janet said, starting a fire. "Is there anything else you'll be needing before I retire for the night, my lady?" Janet asked, standing with her hands folded. "No, thank you, Janet. You may take your leave." Janet slightly bowed and left the room. Margaret sat up in her bed and stared at the fire. As she watched the flames dance upon the wood, she couldn't help but think how free the flames looked. Free of all the shackles that bound her life, free of her memories, free of fear, free of pain and suffering. Yet, though all that there was one thing the flames could never truly be free of. "Time," she softly whispered to herself. "Not even something as free as fire can escape its grasp." Margaret softly chuckled to herself as she watched the flames die down. She slowly closed her eyes as she listened to the crackling wood. It was a sound that soothed her, a sound that could make her forget just for a moment of who and what she really was. But soon the sound would fade as the wood would become nothing more than ash, and the fire would become nothing more than smoke rising amongst the embers. As Margaret drifted off into sleep, a dream began to play in her mind. Her dream was still nothing more than a thick, dark fog that surrounded her. The fog lingered for several moments. Suddenly, the fog began to clear and she could see her head, but it was not attached to her body. It was being held by a man covered in scars and tattoos. In one hand, the man held her head, and in the other, he held a long, bloody, jagged sword. The man's face was up to the sky as he screamed a bloody battle cry to the heavens. Suddenly, the world went black. The darkness was quiet and still. Then she heard a quiet laugh ring out from every corner. However, the quiet laughs soon fade into nothingness. Then, from behind her, a voice softly whispered in her ear, "I found you." Margaret jumped up from her sleep. Sweat drenched her entire body. She felt her neck. A sharp pain rang out from her neck as her fingers ran across it. "It was only a dream," she softly said to herself. "Just a dream, nothing more," she softly whispered. When Margaret had composed herself, she dressed in her finest clothes and walked downstairs. "Madam Margaret," Janet said very abruptly. "My lady, I apologize," she said as she knelt down on one knee in front of her. "Whatever for, Janet?" Margaret asked as she put one hand on Janet's shoulder to calm her. "My lady, it is almost noon," Janet said, sounding defeated. "I would have woken you earlier, but I had known that you did not get much sleep last night," she said softly, staying up. "Whatever do you mean? I slept all night," Margaret inquired as confusion spread through her body. "So the thought of me no longer terrifies you?" Janet said, her once gentle voice becoming dark and demonic, her appearance changing from a short, petite brunette to that of a tall, slender, yet muscular, pale male, with hair black as death and eyes as red as fire. Margaret immediately recognized the man as it was the tattooed man from her dream. Margaret, terrified, breathing heavy, heart pounding, began to back up slowly. "You're not real," Margaret said softly, her voice shaking with every word. "You're not here. You're trapped. I trapped you," she said. A sweat dripping down her face, the man let out a dark laugh. "Oh, my dear delusional deity, did you really think that coffin could hold me forever?" he said, a sadistic smile forming on his lips. Suddenly, and without warning, he launched at her. Margaret woke up in a panic, screaming. Janet rushed into the room. "My lady," Janet yelled in a panic. "What is it? What's wrong?" she asked, trying to calm Margaret down. Margaret, still in a panic, grabbed Janet by the neck and stared in her eyes. "You were supposed to protect me," she yelled in anger. "You promised me he would never find me." Janet, barely able to breathe, was able to muster up 3 simple words. "Who? My lady." Margaret's eyes grew wide, just then realizing what she was doing. Margaret, breathing heavy, let go of Janet's throat. She slowly crawled away till her back hit the wall, and put herself in the fetal position, crying and hyperventilating. "I'm sorry," she said as tears poured from her eyes. "I'm so sorry. He's here, Janet, and I don't know what to do." "It was only a dream, my lady," Janet proclaimed, putting a blanket around Margaret and comforting her. "However, I will have a guard posted outside the door tonight. It was only a dream, Madam Margaret, nothing more." Margaret did not sleep that night. Her eyes remained open till the sun rose over the valleys and lit her home. Margaret slowly slid out from her bed and dressed in her finest clothes. She walked down her stairs, out of her house, and into her carriage. Janet, sitting on the other side of her, was clearly concerned. "My lady," John said, leaning forward, "I can reschedule the meeting with the Count." "No, Janet," Margaret interrupted. "I will be fine," Margaret declared. Janet pushed a slight breath through her nostrils. "Yes, my lady." When they arrived, the court butler greeted them at the door. "Madam Margaret," he said with a bow, "my name is Codsworth, and I am the humble servant to Court Marcus." Margaret slightly bowed as well. "If you ladies would follow me." Margaret and Janet followed Codsworth through a long corridor filled with illustrations of Greek gods and goddesses. However, the only illustration that was not on the wall was that of Medusa. "Count Marcus is through the door," Codsworth said softly. "If you please." When Margaret entered the room, Count Marcus had his back turned to her, as he was staring at a picture of the goddess Medusa. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he asked as she entered the room. "Yes," Margaret said, walking closer to him. "The painting is quite magnificent." "Did you know the picture of Medusa that is usually painted is wrong?" Marcus said, slightly turning his head towards her. "How do you mean?" Margaret inquired. "She is always depicted with a head full of snakes rather than hair, where in reality her hair was as soft as silk and as red as blood," he said as he ran his hands across the painting. "I don't believe I've ever heard that description," Margaret said with a nervous laugh and a fake smile. "Did you know that there's overwhelming evidence to suggest that Medusa was actually a vampire?" he said as he turned around towards her. His hair was snow white, one of his eyes were pale green, and he was clearly blind in the other. He stood at a towering 6'6" with skin as pale as snow. Count Marcus, Margaret chuckled. Medusa's a mythical creature. So are vampires, the Count abruptly stated. So what's the harm in theorizing? I do not believe Madame Margaret wishes to have her time wasted with such nonsense, Janet interjected. Nonsense, the Count yelled. An entire civilization worshipped these idols, he yelled in frustration. And you call it nonsense? My handmaiden did not mean to offend, Margaret said quickly. She just often likes to get straight to business. Then punish her. Turn her to stone, Count Marcus said sadistically. I beg your pardon, Janet said abruptly. Just then, Janet grabbed Margaret's arm. I believe it is time for us to take our leave, she said in a rage. And with that, Janet pulled Margaret out of the room. When they were out of sight, a man walked up behind Count Marcus, a man covered in tattoos. Do you think it could have been any more subtle? He said, sounding annoyed. She doesn't know anything, he said back to the man. No, but soon she will, and when she does, I will enjoy killing her again, the man said with a demonic laugh. Later that day, a knock came at Margaret's door. When she opened it, a man dressed in all black greeted her at the door. Constable Jameson? Margaret said, surprised. What brings you here? Madam Margaret, he said with a slight bow. I hope I'm not interrupting. Janet contacted me. She told me about the rather unpleasant run-in you had with Count Marcus. Margaret simply rolled her eyes. Nothing to be concerned about, Constable. It was a simple misunderstanding. Are you sure, my lady? He interjected. I could have him arrested. You are the most powerful woman in town because of your family lineage. He is a count because of his wealth. It would be easy to put him behind bars, he said confidently. Really, Constable, it's nothing I can't handle. Then why is there fear behind your eyes? He asked mockingly. Constable? You're afraid he's escaped, aren't you? He asked with a slight purr. Hades, she said with disgust. Hello, Medusa, and I prefer Beelzebub, he said with a sadistic laugh. You get no such pleasure from me, snake, she spat. Now, is that any way to talk to someone who's trying to give you information? He said as he smiled. I don't need information, she said, turning to walk away. Don't you want to know if he's escaped? If he's coming for you? The devil yelled gleefully. Medusa turned to look at him without fear. She shouted, If Abel has escaped, then I will turn him to stone. For last time he took my head. This time I will take his heart. To be continued. Two days ago, my monitor flatlined. The doctor declared me dead. Problem is, I've been trapped inside my own body as they push me into the incinerator. It's funny. People will literally x-ray children's candy to make sure it doesn't have razor blades in it. But no one questions a free box of tampons in the ladies' room. Mr. Widemouth by Perfect Circle 35. During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long. We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and there we remained until I was in college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories are rooted in Rhode Island, but there are fragments in the attic of my brain which belongs to various homes we lived in when I was much younger. Most of the memories are unclear and pointless. Chasing after another boy in the backyard of my house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft to float on a creek behind the apartments we rented in Pennsylvania, and so on. But there is one set of memories which remains as clear as glass, as though they were made yesterday. I often wonder whether these memories are simply lucid dreams produced by my long sickness I experienced that spring. But in my heart, I know they are real. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vane, Maine, population 643. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There were a number of rooms that I didn't see in the 5 months we resided there. In some ways, it was a waste of space. But it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within an hour's commute to my father's place of work. The day after my 5th birthday, attended by my parents alone, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had mononucleosis, which meant no rough play and more fever for at least another 3 weeks. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mom brought me ginger ale and books several times a day, and these served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next 3 weeks. Boredom always loomed just around the corner, waiting to rear its ugly head and compound my misery. I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I had been diagnosed with mono. My first memory of this small creature was asking him if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth because his mouth was so large. In fact, everything about him was large in comparison to his body. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears, but his mouth was by far the largest. "You kind of look like a Furby," I said as he flipped through one of my books. Mr. Widemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look.
Furby? What's a Furby?
He asked. I shrugged. You know, the toy? The little robot with the big ears, you can pet and feed them, almost like a real pet?
Oh,
Mr. Widemouth resumed his activity.
you don't need one of those. They aren't the same as having a real friend.
I remember Mr. Widemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped by to check in on me.
I lay under your bed.
He later explained.
I don't want your parents to see me, because I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore.
We didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Widemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and the pictures they contained. The 3rd or 4th day after I met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his face.
I have a new game we can play,
he said.
We have to wait until your mother comes to check on you, because she can't see us to play it. It's a secret game.
After my mother delivered more books and soda at the usual time, Mr. Widemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged my hand.
We have to go to the room at the end of this hallway,
he said. I objected at first, as my parents had forbidden me to leave my bed without their permission. But Mr. Widemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only distinguishing feature was a window opposite the doorway. Mr. Widemouth darted across the room and gave the window a firm push, flinging it open. He then beckoned me to look out at the ground below. We were on the second story of the house, but it was on a hill, and from the angle the drop was no further than 2 stories due to the incline.
I like to play pretend up here,
Mr. Widemouth explained.
I pretend that there's a big, soft trampoline below this window, and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try.
I was 5 years old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down and considered the possibilities. It's a long drop, I said.
But that's all part of the fun. It wouldn't be fun if there was only a short drop. If it were that way, you might as well just bounce on a real trampoline.
I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through thin air only to bounce back to the window on something unseen by human eyes. But the realist in me prevailed. Maybe some other time, I said. I don't know if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt. Mr. Widemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment.
If you say so,
he said. He spent the rest of the day under my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrived holding a small box.
I want to teach you how to juggle,
he said.
Here are some things you can use to practice before I start giving you lessons.
I looked in the box. It was full of knives. My parents will kill me, I shouted, horrified that Mr. Widemouth had brought knives into my room. Objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. I'll be spanked and grounded for a year. Mr. Widemouth frowned.
It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it.
I pushed the box away. I can't. I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe to just throw in the air. Mr. Widemouth's frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there for the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was under me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Widemouth often woke me up at night, saying that he put a real trampoline under the window, a big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Widemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early in the morning, encouraging me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. My mom came to me one morning and told me I had her permission to walk around outside. She thought the fresh air would be good for me, especially after being confined to my room for so long. Ecstatic, I put on my sneakers and trotted out to the back porch, yearning for the feeling of the sun on my face. Mr. Widemouth was waiting for me.
I have something I want you to see,
he said. I must have given him a weird look because he then said,
It's safe, I promise.
I followed him to the beginning of a deer trail which ran through the woods behind the house.
This is an important path,
he explained.
I've had a lot of friends about your age. When they were ready, I took them down this path to a special place. You aren't ready yet, but one day, I hope to take you there.
I returned to the house, wondering what kind of place lay beyond that trail. 2 weeks after I met Mr. Widemouth, the last load of things had been packed into a moving truck. I would be in the cab of that truck, sitting next to my father for the long drive to Pennsylvania. I considered telling Mr. Widemouth that I would be leaving, but even at 5 years old, I was beginning to suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit, despite despite what he said otherwise. For this reason, I decided to keep my departure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m. He was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunchtime tomorrow with the help of an endless supply of coffee and a 6-pack of energy drinks. He seemed more like a man who was about to run a marathon rather than one who was about to spend 2 days sitting still. "Early enough for you?" my father asked with a hint of sympathy. I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder. "This is the last move, son. I promise. I know it's hard for you, as sick as you've been. Once Daddy gets promoted, we can settle down and you can make friends." I opened my eyes as we backed out of the driveway. I saw Mr. Widemouth's silhouette in my bedroom window. He stood motionless until the truck was about to turn onto the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Years later, I returned to New Vineyard. The piece of land our house stood upon was empty except for the foundation, as the house had burned down a few years after my family left. Out of curiosity, I followed the deer trail that Mr. Widemouth had showed me. Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejesus out of me, but I felt that Mr. Widemouth was gone, somehow tied to the house that no longer existed. The trail ended at the New Vineyard Memorial Cemetery. I noticed that many of the tombstones belonged to children. One moment I was with my family, the next I was suddenly alone, thrown into a strange, dark labyrinth, wandering, shouting, screaming for what must have been hours until suddenly something grabbed my arm. As I started to fight the strange creature, I heard another stranger scream, "No, please don't hurt him. My dad has dementia. He doesn't know. He doesn't know." I patted my friend on the back, glad that he was with me in the cave of horror. Only when I felt the rotten flesh beneath my hand did I remember I don't have any friends. The unsolved case of the Red Creek town. The case that I never intended to solve. By Gum Silence. Being a detective is not an easy job. Not to say that other jobs are easy, but our job carries a lot of weight with it. And by weight, I mean all the guilt, the sadness, the weepy melancholy, and the rigid stress that sometimes haunts us. We endlessly try to uncover cases. Sometimes we discover clues, and other times we only have a dead end to greet us. I don't know when it occurred to me, but all this time, I had slowly become tired of everything. I think that I was mentally exhausted, and trust me, it is way worse than being physically worn out. Honestly, you can push through the limits of your body with a strong will, but no amount of effort would help you if your mind doesn't allow you to move. Eventually these days jumbled by, and seeing my dilapidated condition, my wife soon recommended that I apply for a transfer to some more desolate area, or any place that wouldn't have too many problems hounding me. I complied with her request, and since it was my own wishes too, I reasoned to myself, it's not like I'm running away or anything. A little rest, some me time, is all I need. That's the only thing that drove me, or at least I felt that way. I need a little rest. We all do. You know, Sometimes we are burnt out after trying too hard, then it's better to take a breather once in a while. I talked to the chief next day. Being the kindest the department ever had, he listened to my whole story calmly. The chief was a stout old man nearing retirement, and his deep gray eyes always found a way to calm those who talked to him. He looked at me and gave me an assuring smile. "Well, son, I have always told you young people to never push yourself too hard." He took a pause and looked straight into my eyes. "After all, life is like a dream sometimes. No need to take it too seriously." His eyes moved away as he laughed. After some scrolling through his desktop, he decided that I could go to a nearby place called Red Creek Town? Well, that's weird. I never heard of it ever before, I thought to myself as I tried hard to recall if such a place even existed. The chief, not catching my confusion, told me I could go there under a guise of re-examining a case that has long since been closed. This way I could have a long vacation and nobody would notice. Personally, I know that this wasn't morally or ethically correct, but I wasn't really in the state to be kind or concerned about it at all. The next day, I took out my pitch black LS6 Chevelle, and since I was feeling more myself, being a little more in the mood, I decided to wear a pitch black suit with a red tie. "Well, that's a little pretentious of you, honey," my wife mocked me in a joking manner as she leaned across the doorway. "Well, might as well dress the part of a genius detective while I'm at it," I joked with her as I gave her a quick hug and strode out with my luggage. Clad in black and in my old muscle car, I rode into the wind, blasting music all the way, feeling the cool air on my face as I drove. The symphony of songs ran through my soul, and finally, I was at peace. The road started to become more and more desolate as time passed. I drove on for a few hours as I continued along the unknown road. That's weird. It shouldn't be this long. By that time, it was already evening and the sky had turned dark. Despite this, the unusual situation didn't bother me long because soon enough I came across a signboard. Rustic and old, the letters were a little hard to read. "Welcome to the Red Leak Town." I chuckled a little. Some kid had apparently removed the C and put an L instead with black paint. Not that I got the humor, but the prank in itself managed to tickle me a little. Driving past it, I soon reached the main area and the central road. The houses were scattered all about with a single conspicuous gas station beside the road. I stopped by it, planning to talk to the folk here and refill my car. Halting myself before I could get out, I reached out to the dashboard to take out my .44 Magnum revolver with me. Once again, I stopped. "What are you doing? You are not on an investigation here." Acknowledging myself, I got out of the car as I directly strolled inside the gas station. It was, a little old-fashioned. "Is anybody here?" I shouted. Sounds of footsteps came from the back room as a young woman in her late 20s strolled inside. She had dark hair, a not too noticeable face, and a small frame. She wore a long blue single-piece dress. "Well, that's new for a shopkeeper," I thought to myself. She looked me up and down, seemingly surprised at seeing a new face around here, and then, as one would expect to hear, something like, "What do you need?" Look around if you need something, or anything else." Instead, she directly spoke to me in a hushed tone. "Leave. You shouldn't be here." Moving directly in front of me and wildly swaying her head as if to refuse my existence in front of her. Now, I was surprised, but instinctively, my long years of experience kicked in and I asked her, playing along. "I was just planning to leave, actually." I stopped as I casually put my next statement forward. I swallowed my words back into my mouth as I saw her completely becoming still, staring at me. Flicker, flicker. The lights went out. Damn, I thought to myself as everything had turned dark, only with a little light trickling through the headlights of my vehicle. I couldn't see her clearly anymore. Her face was now melded in darkness. Abruptly, she started walking backwards with her head facing me. The dread was building inside of me. Any moment I expected her to attack. I braced myself, but she continued walking backwards slowly as she vanished into the darkness. "What in the world?" I exclaimed out loud, being shocked. Quickly turning around, I planned to leave. I strode out. The dim light of the town had started to change as the moonlight finally trickled in to illuminate the surroundings. The road was covered in red. No, it would be more accurate to say that the houses, the walls, and the other buildings were oozing some sort of red substance. Now, despite me having more than average courage, the scene in front of me terrified me. But this wasn't the time to be scared. I needed to know what the hell was happening. Running back inside my car, I took out a file. It was the case file that I thought I would never open. The case statement was somewhat like this. The Red Creek Lake Incident. In the early 2000s, an incident took place in this town. The water source of this town was poisoned, and consequently, a lot of people died while others were severely traumatized by the same. The police department tried to survey and did a lot of searching, but no perpetrator was ever found. Signed, Wes Smith. I did not really know what to do next until I heard a loud voice shouting, "Help me! Somebody, please!" It was the voice of a young man. A chill ran down my spine, but I wiggled out of the car, taking my gun with me, expecting it to be useful. Suddenly, a weird female laughter ran out. Looking back, I saw the same woman sitting in the back seat of my car, staring at me as she giggled. Ah! This time, it was the voice of an old woman still from the same direction. Breaking out of my stupor, I started to sprint with my full force as I followed the voice through the middle of the town. As I was running towards the voice, I noticed them. People. A lot of them. Cooped up in their houses, staring at me from their windows. What's wrong with them? Honestly, with this situation, I would have left long ago, but with those painful voices... No! The voice of a girl this time. Damn it! I ran harder as I reached the forest side, not stopping even for a moment. I weaved through the trees. Hush. A sound came behind me. No, it isn't only one sound. In fact, many sounds came behind me. As I looked over my shoulder, I almost fell over. If not for my years of training, I would have definitely been drove into inaction. The townspeople, all of them standing behind me, strewn all over, staring at me as they just stood still. This motivated me to run even faster, and soon a lake came into view as I saw a young man was standing. Not only him, a lot of people were just standing there in the lake. That lake. It reflected a weird red color in the moonlight. All the people, all of them had pitch black eyes with bloated skin and kin to someone who had just drowned. With their sickly eyes looking at me, they started to scream in a painful voice as a creepy grin started to form on their faces. Together, they shouted, "Help me!" My legs finally gave out as I sat beside the lake. Fear had paralyzed me. I gave out a muffled scream as I realized that all the townspeople had somehow arrived before the lake. They started to shuffle in slow steps towards me. Looking back, and the people in the river were also reaching out towards me. Surrounded by this horror, I couldn't move at all. But my body didn't want to give up. I managed to take my revolver and... bang! I shot myself in the leg to get some adrenaline in my body as pain shot through my whole leg. Picking myself up, I limped. I crawled. I don't know how I moved, but I managed to reach my car. Nobody pursued me, and the woman wasn't there now. My vision started to dim as I started up the car and drove away. The last thing I remember is driving near the highway of my city as I called my chief, telling him that I'd been shot. Then my consciousness gave out. Blink, blink. I opened my eyes as the hospital roof greeted me. My wife, being scared and panicked, came in and she started to cry and hug me. The head came in behind tottering as he muttered, "Now why in the world would he shoot himself?" The following days, I was discharged and, well, suspended until a psychiatric evaluation was properly done. Currently, I'm sitting beside my wife as we watch a comedy on the television. I'm having fun, even though I'm a little scared at what happened. But my mental fog is clearing up slowly. Once in a while, I dream that I'm trapped in the Red Creek town, in one of the houses, sitting on the bedside, staring randomly in places. But these episodes have started to slow down with therapy. And, well, didn't the chief say, life is like a dream? "You're free to go," my kidnapper told me as he opened the door and freed my hands. I couldn't help but notice the trophy plaque with my name on it above the fireplace on my way out. The pain of having my toenails ripped off was like nothing I'd ever felt before. Gripping the pliers, I started working at pulling the next one so I could feel it again.
Isaac sat with his cousins by the bonfire. "Hey, have you heard the details behind the death of that group of seniors a few years back?" In unison, the group said, "No." "Well, gather round, and I will tell you what I heard from my brother. From what he told me, they called a cursed number, and shortly thereafter, all were found dead, one by one. Each one of the students, brains liquefied, blood pouring out of their eyes and ears." One of the people in the group laughs. Isaac stops the story to look at who just laughed at him. He locks eyes with Alexander. "Oh, do you think this is a joke, Alex?" First, it's Alexander, not Alex. And yes, I think this is a joke. Clearly, cursed numbers are just a load of shit. None of them ever work. Yes, we all know of the group of students dying, but more than likely, it was due to them all overdosing. On top of that, if this number is what killed them, where did you get it from? Where was I before I was so rudely interrupted? The strange part is that they all died in the exact same manner, days apart from one another. The tox report came back, saying that there were no known drugs in their system. And as for where I got the number, my brother got it from my father's office, who just so happens to be a cop. Which I damn well know that you know, but if you're so brave, Alex, why don't you call the number? The group laughed at Alexander, who looks at everyone and says, "Fuck you guys, I'm out of here." He got up and left, hearing Isaac calling after him, "Looks like the baby is crawling back to his mommy." Alexander doesn't even spare him a glance, just shoots him the middle finger as he walks away. After having their laugh at Alexander's expense, Isaac extinguishes the bonfire and the group head into their tents for the evening. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, the group woke up and dismantled their tents. One of Isaac's younger cousins spoke up. "I think we should do it." Isaac is taken aback, and forgetting about last night, he asks, "Do what?" Ben spoke up. "We should call the number." "Oh, you really want to call that number? You don't actually think that number is what killed them, do you?" "I don't know, but it could not hurt to call the number, could it?" "Well, if you're not gonna do it, I'll just do it myself." "Fine, do what you want. Here's the number." Handing the piece of paper over, Ben pulled out his cell phone and dialed the number. As his phone began to ring, he taps the speaker button. Shortly after, an eerie music plays through his speakers. It sounds like bagpipes, but distorted. The sound was high-pitched and hurt the ears of everyone there. Ben quickly ends the call. Seconds later, everyone's phone begins to ring with an unknown number. None of them answer their phones, yet still the distorted tune of the bagpipes played. Regardless, just as soon as it started, it stopped. "What was that?" Looking over at Ben. "How did you do that?" "Do what?" Ben shouted back. "Make that number call our phones like that." Ben shakes his head in protest. "It was not me. I'm not sure what happened." "Yeah, right. Let's finish packing. Then, the lot of you get lost. I want to enjoy the rest of my weekend before I have to go back to school." As the kids departed, Isaac goes inside, heading straight to his brother's room. "Yo, get out of my room, Pepsqueak," his older brother said. "I need to talk to you. Have you ever called that number you gave me?" Isaac asks his brother, visibly shaken. "What? No, why would I? Everyone knows they are just made up by people that have too much time on their hands." Isaac looks at his brother, with concern in his voice. Ben called the number, and when he did, some strange music played through his phone, and once it ended, an unknown number called our phones, and all of our phones played the same tone. Dude, it was probably your little friend. He called all of you at the same time, and went into his settings shutting off his caller ID. "Well, how do you explain the creepy tone then?" shouted Isaac. "He used a playback tone, and you just thought it was coming from your phones when it was just coming from his. That clever bastard. He pranked us all and we fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Well, if he thinks he's going to get away with this, he has another thing coming, Isaac stated to himself. The next day at school, Isaac met up with his cousins, noticing Ben was not there. Hey, do y'all know where Ben is at? I have a bone to pick with him. They all look at him and say, Yo, I don't think he is here today. When the bus stopped to pick him up, he was not there. More like he's hiding. After the shit he pulled yesterday, once I get my hands on him, I'm going to teach him a lesson or two. Almost as if on cue, the loudspeaker sounded off. All students, please make their way to the gymnasium for an emergency assembly. The group looked at each other, wondering what is going on, but they followed the rest of their classmates to the gym without complaint. Once seated, Isaac notices that standing beside the principal was his father. Dude, what's your dad doing here? One of his cousins asks. The other one goes, Oh, looks like you're in trouble, buddy. What'd you do? I didn't do anything, okay? Now shut up and listen. I'm sure we will find out what is going on if you're just patient. As he said this, the principal began to speak. Students, it is my unfortunate responsibility to inform you that as of last night at some point in the evening, Ben Ashmore passed away. With me, I have Officer Flanagan. He will tell you kids what happened, and if you have any questions, everyone at the school will be made available to you. Officer Flanagan takes the podium and began to speak. At some point last night, it appears Ben Ashmore had a stroke. His mother found him lying on the ground. After calling 911, he was unable to be resuscitated. This is all the information I can give you, as this is an active investigation. Any further questions you may have can be answered by either your teachers, parents, or if you need professional help, a counselor will be provided for you. Thank you. After the assembly was over, Isaac went and found his cousins. After school, we need to meet up. My place. No questions asked, he said. The loss of his cousin put him in a daze, so school passed by quickly, and before he knew it, he was at home, shortly after his cousins arrived at his house. Follow me, Isaac commanded. They all rushed into the house, and they made a beeline for his father's office. What are we doing here? His cousins protest. This is your father's office. If we get caught here, we are dead. Listen, Jenna, Frank, Ben is dead. I want to know how he died. They did not push him further, but followed him in silence. They were both still hurting from the loss of their friend and wanted to know what had happened, as much as Isaac did. Once they got into the office, Isaac picked a lock to his father's cabinet, quickly finding Ben's file. His dad filed everything in alphabetical order, and had always been a very organized person. Isaac read the report aloud. On the 30th of April, Ben Ashmore was found dead in his bedroom. At first glance, it appeared he had passed away from a stroke, but upon getting him to the medical examiner, it was discovered that his brain was liquefied, which caused the bleeding from his eyes and ears. One more detail stuck out. Like all the others that had died in this manner, there was a burn on his ear. It was like the speaker of a phone blew out and burnt him. Questioning them, Isaac said, You guys, I know this is going to sound strange, but this all reminds me of another incident that happened not too long ago. You all remember Jack and James that moved away last year, right? Without hesitation, Frank said, Yeah, I did not know them well, but I saw them around. What about him? Well, I got a call from Jack. His brother and father went missing, along with a lot of other guys. He says a creature took them. It was weird. And what is going on now seems like it could be a similar event. Jenna and Frank laugh at him. You are joking, right? Nothing's going on, buddy. He had a stroke. You heard your dad. Man, get some rest, please. You are worrying us. Jenna and I are going to my house. Do you want to come with us? Frank asked. Nah, man. I'm just gonna relax. Try to get my head straight. He might be right. I might just be going crazy. You guys take it easy. Call me later, alright? Frank and Jenna left his house. Upon arriving at Frank's house, they rush up to his room. They turn the music on and start to make out. They had other stuff on their mind, but figured this would be a welcome distraction. As they get lost in each other's embrace, the music stops and Frank's phone starts to ring. Annoyed, he gets up to answer it. Hello? This better be good. No one was on the other end, but both of them heard a faint sound coming from the Bluetooth speaker, where the music was coming from not moments before. Both of them slowly walked up to the speakers. The sound grew louder and louder. It was distant, but they could make it out. It was distorted bagpipes. Once they got right in front of the speaker, as if on cue, a scream came through the speaker. The sound grew louder and louder till the speaker could no longer handle it. They blew the speaker, launching sparks into their faces, burning them badly. However, the screams did not fade until the last sparks of life left them, and blood was leaking from their eyes and ears. Isaac thought it was strange that he hadn't heard from his friends for hours, so he gave them a call. The call went straight to voicemail, so he called the landline Frank's parents installed. What a dinosaur, he said to himself. After a few rings, Frank's mother answered the call. When he asked where Frank was, his mother erupted into sobs, telling him of the freak accident, but at this point, all Isaac could think was that he was next, and he needed to stop this creature, or whatever it was, doing this. He used the information Frank's mother had given him, and what he already knew, typing keywords into the search engine. When he did this, many results came up. However, one stuck out. He could not believe it. However, deep inside him, he did know that this is what he was facing. It was a banshee, a wailing woman, something he heard his grandmother tell tales of, something that came from his ancestral home. He had always thought this was a myth, but now it was his reality. He did not sleep that night because he was too scared. He was next on the banshee's list. She would come for him, and he was worried she would come for him in his sleep. Making it through the night, he sought out Alexander, hoping he would help. In a panic, Isaac grabbed Alex and told him everything of the death of his cousins. After hearing the story, Alexander replied with, "What horse shit is this? Are you trying to prank me again?" "No, seriously, man. When you left the other day, Ben called the number and a creepy distorted tone of bagpipes played. From what Frank's mom told me, she heard that music and a loud shriek before running into his room, finding him and Jenna dead on the floor. Just a day after Ben was found dead." Just as he finished, his phone began to ring. "Nope, I'm not going to answer it. I will not answer it. If I ignore it, I'll be okay. Yes, I'll be okay." Laughing at Alexander's fear. "Dude, are you for real? Just answer your fucking phone." "No!" he shouts. The next thing Isaac knew, Alexander grabbed his phone. "Dude, it's just your mom. Please, Alex, don't answer the phone." "It's Alexander, and it's just your mom." Alexander answers the phone and gives it to Isaac. Hello, Mom? Mom, is that you? The tune he described earlier could be heard playing as the shrieks came from the phone, which grew louder and louder. Alexander went to ask him what was happening, but Isaac was on the floor convulsing, blood pouring from his eyes and ears. The phone overheated and shut down, leaving a burn on Isaac's lifeless body. Just as he started to understand what was happening, he started to run for help, but before he could make it too far, his phone began to ring too.
Daddy, my dress is dirty, complained my daughter as her gray hands held the mud-splattered funeral gown we had buried her in this morning. In the 100 years since our group had colonized the dark side of the moon, no one had ever broken protocol and crossed over into the light until now. Racked with pain of twisted bones and splintering flesh, as my claws tore through my spacesuit, I finally understood why with my dying howls. Remember to tell me what you think down below and hit that like button and make sure it feels it. I'm blind and recently hired an assistant. She's got some quirks. By JTB685. The ad said, "Help wanted, personal assistant to a blind man." 2 weeks whizzed past without so much as a phone call. Then Riley showed up asking me whether the position was still available. I brought her inside and gave her a rundown of the job, told her it was mostly standard PA stuff, answering calls, making coffee, that kind of thing.
Sound good?
I asked. That sounds yes. She had a peculiar accent, meant I couldn't feel where she was from. I asked a few personal questions to try to tease the information out of her. I am from out of town, she answered. I worked before? Yes. Her way of speaking was all over the place. It almost sounded as if she was asking a question each time she opened her mouth.
One more thing,
I said.
I'll need you to read to me. Does that sound alright?
Yes, chance English improve. Seeing as Riley was the only applicant, I hired her on the spot. We worked in a small bricked building that was more like a house than an office. She spent most of the day behind a little desk that served as reception, filing paperwork and answering calls. Then, before closing time, she'd read the newspaper aloud while I cast my fingers over the Braille documents. Early on, she asked for a spare set of keys, which I didn't see any harm in. Riley was a terrible assistant, but since replacing her would be a huge pain in the ass, I kept her around. I could point to a million things she did wrong, like how the office sometimes smelled like spoiled meat on Monday mornings. I'd open the front door and immediately wrench. I repeatedly asked her to stop leaving food at her desk. She promised it would never happen again 6 times. She also moved things around without asking. I knew the layout of the entire building like the back of my hand. I memorized the number of steps needed to navigate each room and the position of all the furniture. Hell, I could even tell you which floorboards creaked. When you can't see, you become hyper aware of that sort of thing. I insisted she left things the way they were. I first heard about the missing kids on the radio one evening. At that point, 4 had disappeared. It put the whole town on edge. Even my own mom made a big fuss about it. She called to say she was worried I'd be in danger because I was an easy target.
It's okay.
I said.
I'll start carrying a knife.
In truth, I'd already been carrying a knife. Got the idea after getting mugged while waiting on a train. Mom wasn't happy, but she knew I'd insist on doing things my own way. I'd always hated relying on others. Things came to a head in midsummer. One humid Thursday afternoon, the AC was on the fritz, which meant the office turned into a damn oven. I thought, screw this, I'm closing up early. The paperwork could wait. I went through to the reception to tell Riley she could go home. She wasn't there. No big deal, she was probably in the bathroom. I went to grab my coat off the hanger, felt around, and touched a strange fabric. I didn't know what the hell it was. Next thing, I heard the bathroom door open. Riley shrieked. She ran towards me, making a wave of clicking sounds. Click, click, click. The clicks became more and more like normal footsteps as she crossed the room. She ripped the fabric out of my hands and stormed off, slamming the door on her way out. I figured she slipped off her blouse to cool down or something. There wasn't any harm in it. We were closed for the day, so no one was going to walk in, and I certainly wasn't going to catch a glimpse of anything. I locked up, then headed home, still chuckling to myself. The next day, I left flowers on Riley's desk, mostly because I didn't want the hassle of finding another assistant. I lied and told her what a great asset she's been. Told her I'd hate to think she was upset. She said thank you. Without meaning to, I asked,
Would it be alright if I touched your face?
It just slipped out. I've been curious what she looked like since a few clients remarked on her odd appearance. From what I can surmise, she was super pale and kept herself wrapped up in multiple layers of clothing, no matter the weather. She didn't answer. Attempting to seem less like a creep, I added,
It helps me to build a mental picture of something if I feel it.
More silence.
Forget I mentioned it.
The next day, Saturday morning, I woke up to a frantic call from one of my clients. An order hadn't been placed. The paperwork I'd blown off. And there'd be hell to pay if it wasn't fixed. I said,
I'll be at the office in half an hour. I'll call you when I get there.
In no time at all, I was on the train headed towards town. The people in the seat next to me were discussing the latest missing kid. A boy who had vanished the night before on his way home from playing baseball with his buddies. I reached the office, unlocked the front door, and stepped inside. The hallway was filled with horrible, nauseating stench. More spoiled meat. Even worse than before. I made a note to speak with Riley about it. I crossed through the hall and had barely stepped into the reception when I heard a low sound. I stood perfectly still.
Hello?
There it was again. Almost like a grumble. It came from the space to my left. I moved towards it, slowly. A rasp. Now, whatever made the sound was directly in front of me, close to the ground. A cold tingle of sweat ran down my forehead.
Is somebody there?
I asked, my voice cracking. After a deep breath, I reached down The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I touched something warm and clammy. The moment I did, the thing stirred. I flinched, then scrambled towards the door, ready to race outside and call the police. But then I realized what the voice was trying to say. Help me. I regained my composure and kneeled down. Gently, I probed around until I touched something coarse. Hair. I was touching someone's head. My heart rate accelerated. My hands traveled downwards, finding a set of eyes and a nose. It was a child, sprawled across the floor, their mouth caked with something flaky that broke down between my thumb and forefinger. Dried blood. I probed around until I found a baseball cap. It was the missing kid. The kid's hand lazily nudged at my chest. My throat tightened. I clasped his hand in mine, reached out, and touched his face again. His mouth opened and closed like a fish.
It's okay,
I said.
I'm going to get some help.
He tried to speak, but only managed a rasp. I leaned in close. He took a labored breath. Run!
Run?
I paused.
Run from what?
He grabbed my shirt collar and pulled me in close. Monster! Cold liquid dripped onto my forehead. I stifled a yelp. All of a sudden, I became aware of this horrible presence directly above me. Carefully, I stood and extended my forefinger toward the ceiling. I prodded something rough and bristly. The textures were so fine my fingertips tickled, sending a chill to the soles of my feet. The thing wiggled from side to side. I gulped. I made no noise. From above there came a steady pattern of breathing. Near as I could tell, the thing was asleep. I grabbed at the child's feet. Instead, my hands sunk into mutilated stumps. I gulped, suppressing the panic. I grabbed him by the thigh and then dragged him across the floor, quietly. Before long, we were almost at the doorway. 4 more steps and we'd been in the hall. From there, it would only have taken another 30 to get us outside. But suddenly, the phone on Riley's desk rang. In the quiet building, it was startlingly loud. The child groaned as though he was waking from a long sleep. Back in the room, something moved. Click.
Hello?
I whispered. Click. The kid screamed. Still unsure what was happening, I dragged him into the hall as fast as I could. Back in the room, clicks traveled across the ceiling almost like a staccato. It was the sound of limbs moving in quick succession. The clicks followed us through the doorway into the hall. There was a sharp whistling sound like a whip might make. Then the kid stopped screaming. Before I could reach forward to find out what happened, warm air filled my left ear. The thing was right beside me. I spun on my heels and rushed forward to the exit. The clicks passed over my head. Click, 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 click. Then stopped. I froze, sensing a presence blocking my path. The thing dropped onto the ground gracefully. I fought the rising panic in my gut. The clicks advanced upon me, getting louder and closer. I pressed my back against the wall. The creature leaned in close. I am most regretful you had to be here. My jaw popped open.
Riley?
There came the sound of a whipping motion so swift I probably wouldn't have seen it if I had a working set of eyes. Something jabbed me. I cried out, more from surprise than anything. Then my head dropped forward. Next thing I remember is waking up in the most horrendous feeling imaginable. It was like a grenade exploded inside my damn skull. For a second, I couldn't remember what happened or where I was. I tried to feel around, but I couldn't. My body was numb. In front of me, a bone snapped. A moment later, there came a crunch, followed by chewing. I stopped breathing. "Ah, already awaken?" Riley said. "Sting losing potency, I should think." My sense of balance was out of whack. It almost felt like being on an airplane during a nasty bout of turbulence. I found my way to my hands and knees, pins and needles shooting through my entire body. Riley's voice traveled across the room, accompanied by more clicks. "I wanted to say thanks to you for providing job. It has been a wonderful learning opportunity about the humans." Each time I tried to stand, I fell on my face.
What the hell's going on, Riley?
I stammered, my words tired and slurred.
Where's the kid?
"Before you." My arms swept across the floor, connecting with something solid. All I could do was bat my hands against it, like a cat pawing at a toy.
What is this?
I shouted. "It's what left of child." It was an arm. Just an arm. I fell backwards, my heart pounding against my chest. Riley chuckled as the clicks circled around me. "It is time. I must move on. People here are most suspicious. Had to make sure I remove all traces of child." Crunch. Riley swallowed the last chunk of the kid. "I will travel north. Big city there." She stopped in front of me. "Plenty of food, I trust." She leaned in close. "And with sadness, I take you a snack for journey." A knot tightened in my chest. I opened and closed my fist several times. With each attempt, my coordination got a little bit better. "But first, I grant parting gift by way of saying thank you for generosity." 2 limbs closed around my wrist and forced my hands forward, unrelenting. Riley was making me touch her face. My mouth went dry. By now, the sensation had returned to my hands, so I could feel every horrible detail. She guided me towards where her mouth should have been. There were no lips, just long, curved fangs. I was practically paralyzed with fear. She directed my hands upwards, and I felt a large set of bulbous eyes, and I shivered. I wiggled my toes and flexed my chest. "What you think? Is good?" I still hadn't regained complete control of my body, but there was no time left. If I didn't want to end up like the kid, I had to do something, and fast. I gulped.
Riley?
"Yes?" I took 3 deep breaths.
You are a really, really shitty assistant.
Using all my strength that I could muster, I jabbed my thumb straight into her eyes, creating a sickening squelch. Riley screeched. With the sudden motion, a heavy limb connected with my chest. I became airborne, landing on a hard wooden floor. Riley moved around, still shrieking. Her clicks hurried across the central space. "Where are you?" Her voice sounded loud and furious. I'd blinded the bitch. Still dazed, I pulled myself up using a nearby wall and probed around. Pain shot through my ribs. I had no idea where I was. It was only a matter of time before Riley caught me. This was the end. But then, at the far side of the room, a phone rang. We were in the reception. I estimated my position using the sound. The door was roughly 6 steps forward and 10 to the right. I could make it out alive. I just had to stay away from Riley. I traveled across the room, avoiding all the creaky floorboards. Riley screamed for me to reveal myself. When her clicks cut across my path, I backtracked and sidestepped. I reached the door, grabbed the handle, and pulled. Locked. Riley must have heard the mechanism jiggle because the direction of her clicks changed, making a beeline towards me. I dived out of the way a moment before she collided with the door. She shrieked again, even louder this time. I crept along the outside of the room, careful not to give away my position. Riley stopped moving and fell silent. She'd regained her composure. Not good. A passing wave of numbness caused my legs to buckle. I hit the ground, hard. With several clicks, Riley turned towards me. I promise this to be painful. For a split second, the space above my head almost tore in half as another limb wheezed right past. Normally, I get little jab, you not feel a thing, but not this time. Panic built in my gut as I crawled backwards. Something dug into my lower back. I reached around. My knife. Riley hadn't taken it. The clicks closed in on me. I thought fast, picturing my position in the room and how it might help me. I spun onto my front, then slipped off my shoe and hurled it sideways. Bang! It struck a filing cabinet pressing up against the wall to my left-hand side. Bullseye. Riley pounced, and a moment later she collided with the cabinet, hard enough to put a giant dent in the side, judging by the sound. Before she could recover, I grabbed my knife out of the holster, leaped forward, and landed on her back. Riley's shrieks became an unearthly groan as I stabbed the knife into her back again and again, her cold, coarse flesh scratching against my skin. She stood up straight and thrashed around, trying to shake me off. Fully extended, she was almost the height of the ceiling. Beneath me, Riley's body retracted and shrunk, almost like she was molding into the shape of a human. I stabbed her one last time. She collapsed with a whimper, tossing me aside in the process. The back of my skull collided with the wall, blood gushed out of my head. Still groaning with pain, Riley crawled, then staggered towards the door. I can only assume she regained her vision by now. She unlocked it, then exited the room. There were no clicks, only footsteps. I wanted to follow her, but my body wouldn't comply. I felt myself getting sleepy. Very, very sleepy. I woke up in a hospital bed. After failing to reach me for over an hour, my panicked client had driven down to my office and found me laying in a pool of my own blood. He figured I tripped over and hurt myself. So far as I can tell, there had been no sign of either the kid or Riley. My list of injuries included a 4-inch split in the back of my head, 2 broken ribs, and a hell of a lot of bruises. I tried to explain what happened to the nurse, the doctors, and later the police. They all said the exact same thing.
Were you taking any illegal substances before injuring your head?
No matter what I said or did, nobody believed me, not even my own mother. Eventually, I just gave up trying to convince them. After recovering from my injuries, I returned to work. Months passed. One afternoon, my new assistant was reading an article about children disappearing in a city 60 miles north. 9 kids had vanished in 3 months. Authorities suspected whoever was responsible for the local abductions had relocated. My assistant stood. "Is that everything for today?" I nodded. Before they could exit the room, I said,
Actually, there is one thing. Could you go ahead and cancel tomorrow's meetings?
In fact, better clear up my whole week.
I pulled on my jacket.
I've got business to attend to upstate.
Will this stop me from seeing them, Doctor? She said as she swallowed the pill. She was alone in her room. Give a man a fish and feed him for a day. Take him to the river. He will realize he shouldn't have eaten that fish. Hey, don't forget to leave a comment and tell me what you think down below. Cheryl's always trying to prove that looks don't matter. By Short Story 1. Cheryl doesn't care about looks, and she's always trying to prove to people about how much she doesn't care when it comes to her boyfriends. Her first boyfriend, Taylor, was her first love, and she wanted to prove to Taylor's family and friends about how his looks didn't matter to her. So Cheryl shot Tyler in the face and completely disfigured him for life. Cheryl and Tyler still went out with each other for years, and everyone was completely overtaken by how Cheryl kept on dating Taylor even though he looked nothing like he once did. So Cheryl proved to people that she doesn't care about looks when it comes to her lovers, but she wanted to prove it again. So she dumped Tyler and went out with another guy called John, and they got along so well. John was a builder, and Cheryl loved John so much she wanted to prove to John's family and friends about how his looks meant nothing to her. Even John supported Cheryl on her quest to prove to people about how looks are not important. Cheryl got a knife out and permanently stabbed up John's face, completely changing it forever. She went out with John for years on end, proving to everyone once again that looks don't matter to her. Not only that, but she has now been in a relationship with 2 guys with questionable faces. As time went on, Cheryl wanted to prove for a 3rd time how she didn't care about looks when it came to her lovers. So, she dumped John and started going out with me. She wanted to prove to my family and friends how my looks mean nothing to her, and that she decided to go out with me based on my personality. She poured acid on my face, which permanently destroyed it, and has been with me ever since. She has proven to everyone for a 3rd time how looks don't matter to her. Recently, though, she wants to prove again how looks don't matter to her when deciding potential relationships. I guess we're going to break up. My wife hung herself as she could never forgive herself after the drunk driving accident that killed both of our children. Thankfully, she never remembered that I had been driving that night and had switched seats with her while she was unconscious. If you're enjoying this video, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. Personality Test by Pickled Jar Potatoes. Warning, terrifyingly accurate. Answer these questions and discover your true self. It's late at night and I'm bored, so why not? I click the link. Instructions. Pick the answer that most accurately describes you. After 15 short questions, you will see who you really are. 1. I get scared easily. There is a menu with answers ranging from strongly agree to strongly disagree. I answered disagree. 2. I'm always around other people. I spend most of my time alone in my room. Strongly disagree. 3. I pay attention to my surroundings. I admit, I'm usually wearing earphones, blissfully unaware of my surroundings. Disagree. 4. I live alone. I dislike having roommates. Strongly agree. 5. I would know if I'm being watched. My eyes widen. What is this? Some cheap trick to scare me? Well, I'm not falling for that. Strongly agree. 6. Are you sure? Okay, test. I get it. You want to scare me. I'm not so easily scared, though. Strongly agree. 7. I worry a lot. Not really. Disagree. 8. I have a hyperactive imagination. Only somewhat. Agree. 9. I trust people easily. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. Strongly agree. 10. I trust the person standing behind me. My eyes widen and I quickly turn around and check. There is nothing but an empty doorway. Is this another cheap tactic to scare me? Strongly disagree. 11. I'm good at running. Strongly disagree. 12. I have experience fighting. Strongly disagree. What is this test trying to imply here? 13. I love meeting strangers. Not particularly. I prefer being alone most of the time. Disagree. 14. I'm alone in my house right now. I don't have anyone visiting and I live alone. Strongly agree. 15. Are you certain? I answered that I strongly agreed, then clicked a box labeled Submit Answers. Please wait while we process your results. I'm disappointed in this test. I guess it might make for a nice gag link to send to my friends. Maybe I'll get a few crude scares in. Right from the start, I knew that the questions were trying to imply that there was some spooky, scary thing in my room. Oh well, let's see my results. Loading, 10%. Loading, 64%. Loading, 99%. Loading, done. Check the link below to view your test results. I clicked the link leading to the test results, expecting to see some generic personality profile. Instead, I see a picture of myself sitting at my computer answering question 10. Shocked, I examine the picture closely. Then the realization hits me. Based on the camera angle, this picture was taken from the doorway just behind me. When I volunteered to help search for the missing teen, in the back of my mind, I was prepared for the worst. I still wasn't prepared to be arrested and accused for her murder when I found her face down, naked in the creek behind my house. Art to Die For by Dark Horse Tales. Change is not always fun, but it may be necessary. See, I'm a transfer student from Omega High, one of the top schools in the state. I had to switch my schools because I was one of the most well-rounded, gifted students, you see. I had a good hand at painting. My parents put me in a class a long time ago. I didn't want to go to the painting class at first, but then it really grew on me. I found out that this was an activity that I could pursue in my spare time, and I loved it. It gave me freedom and helped me to express myself. Painting made me feel fresh and renewed. But I will be the first one to tell you that it was frustrating at times to get the right details. Still, when I got it just right, I would get this significant rush of dopamine. It was like I took a hit of fentanyl. Soon after I joined the class, I would enter into many painting contests. I didn't enter into these contests because I was the competitive type. Rather, because I wanted to connect with the larger artist community in my local area and in my state. See, one of the things I like about painting was it allowed me to open up and connect with the world in a more intimate manner. The reason why I practiced it wasn't because of my desire for accelerated cognitive development. Rather, it was about thinking creatively and conceptualizing ideas. It was that last element that really appealed to me, and it kept me going. I could explore life in my own way and with my own observations. It seemed to me that it was one of the most purest forms of expressing one's view of reality. The aspect of regular creation and melding various ideas together into a new tapestry that expressed the human experience in a raw fashion really called out to me. Reality could seem humdrum and rather dreary at times, but paintings allowed me to quite literally create different worlds. It infused me with life and joy. I could see images in my mind's eye and then manifest them through a melding of colors on my canvas. It was really rad to indulge in visual mapping, reflective thinking, and organizing and manifesting information through a medium of transcendental communication. Of course, it helped that I was able to win many of the contests that I entered into as well. But I was perplexed. Yes, my heart was deeply vexed due to the quality of work that I found in one of these local painters. He was a teacher, someone that went by the name Mr. Vortex. Indeed, you see, Mr. Vortex was one of the most gifted artists in the state and had some of his works displayed all across the USA. Mr. Vortex was no amateur. He had his work presented in renowned galleries in the Soho district of NYC and in high society galleries in San Francisco and Paris. Yes, Mr. Vortex was a pretty big deal. He called our humble and idyllic town in Vermont home. He said that he loved to work out of our town because he was surrounded by nature. The beautiful deciduous and coniferous trees, the fresh air, and the low pollution really did wonders for his mind. Indeed, it was something having him in my presence. I was in awe and listened to every word he said. I had just recently graduated to his class. He was very selective sort of fellow. He would only accept certain pupils, and he had deigned to accept me and a few others to learn under his tutelage. One day, for class, he said we would need a certain type of brushes, which I did not have. So, after school that day, I went over to our local art store to see if they had it. To my great dismay, they did not. Alas, my heart was torn asunder. I needed this particular type of paintbrush to stay within Mr. Vortex's class and learn from a true artiste such as he. As I'm looking at different types of paintbrushes, I'm feeling defeated and dejected in the fact that they do not have what I'm looking for. Suddenly, I drop my phone on the ground, and as I bend down to pick it up, I see an intriguing-looking art case with brushes and dust all over it. It draws my attention. I'm at once entranced and enraptured. I quickly pull it out from the bottom shelf, and I almost whisper, "My precious," as I hold myself back. I walked up to the counter, nod and smile. Then I asked the fine and scholarly gentleman, "How much for this art case, sir?" He glances over at it and jumps back. His name is Jean-Luc. Jean says, "Hey, where the heck did you find this at?" he says in a slightly French accent. I say I found it under the shelf there. Jean-Luc says, "Monsieur, I have not seen that in about 30 years. This last person who owned it had been in a terrible, terrible accident that left half of his body burnt, only to somehow he scrape off his hair but not hurt, so he went ahead and plucked the last few hairs on his head and made them into his bristles on his paintbrush, you see. This is very special and I cannot sell it at all," Jean-Luc said. I said, "It's near and dear to my heart. I must have it. It's very important for me as an artist to have this case. Do not steal my joy from me." Jean-Luc refused. I said that my life hung in the balance. This case was of the utmost importance and would play a pivotal role in my ascendance as an artist. Jean-Luc wrinkled his face and finally capitulated. He said, "I shall sell it to you for no less than $4,000. I was perplexed yet again. I was but a student, and $4,000 would be all of my life savings that I had at this point. I pleaded, "Really, but I'm just a lonely student here. Come on, can't you cut me a deal? How about I work for you on the weekends, and you let me use it? I really need these for Mr. Vortex's class. He is really one of the best." Jean-Luc raised his eyebrow and said, "You say Mr. Vortex?" I quickly responded, "Why yes, I did. You know Mr. Vortex, don't you? The one that has his works featured in galleries all around the world?" "Well, well, well. How very strange, you see. Well, no matter. You can work for me on the weekends." "That will be fine. Then it is settled then, as an agreement. But you must at least put down 50 for the case." I pleaded with him for some more, but hand him a $50 bill and quickly leave the store. My heart is pounding now. For some reason, I'm entranced by this case, and Mr. Luke's story only has me more intrigued. I exit the store and head off to my home, and I'm excited to get out some fresh blank canvas paper and get ready to paint. I see that it's almost midnight, so I put the brush up against the canvas. I tell myself, I will attempt this thing in the morning. I drift off to blissful sleep. For some reason, I'm hearing this tapping sound. It seems as if something is hitting the paint canvas. I wonder if it's in my dream or if it's in real life. I awaken. I stumble around in my sleepy stupor and flick on the light. I'm astonished what I see. I stand there, mouth ajar at the sight that I behold before me. The brush is moving, and it was halfway through painting when the brush just drops in mid-stroke and hits the floor. Lucky it did not damage the bristles, which I was mostly worried about. But they were all still there. I picked it up and set it back up against the canvas, and then I tried to act like it did not happen. I'm still so sleepy, so I turn off the lights in my studio apartment and I drift off into the embrace of sleep. But I find myself awake around 30 minutes later. Something is not right. Something feels very strange. I just keep thinking about it, so I get up and get the brush in hand, and it starts moving as if controlled by some other force. But before I know it, the picture is coming to life. It is me painting, but there's a giant shadow over me. It envelops me. It is calming at first, but as time marches on, the shadow seems to be sucking the life out of me. I grow weary. I look down at my foot, and there's nothing but skeleton bones. I can't move, but still paint. Then I see my hand withering away before my eyes. All I could think about was the words of Jean-Luc, and the fire, and the man with the bristles made of his own strands of hair. What was next is my skull, I think. Oh, heck no. So I think of the only thing I can do. I grab the painting and try to punch through it, but the shadow stops me and whispers, "Not so fast, young one. Your time is over. It is my time now. If you find any strange paint set, please get it and set me free from this shadow realm that I have been ensconced in." It had been hard work and had certainly stained my hands, but finally my walls were just the right shade of red. I want to do the kitchen the same way, but that will require a lot more blood, and I was all out of roommates. And with that, we're near the end of this compilation. I do hope you enjoyed this, and as you could hear, I had lots of other narrators help me tell these stories. Thank you, all of you, all over again. You really helped me back then, and really helped bring these stories to life. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. If you're new, subscribe and turn that pretty little bell to all notifications. If you'd like to help this channel/podcast, share it with anyone who might enjoy it. Or I do have a Patreon, merch, and PayPal if you'd like to help in other ways. There will be no Sunday word this week, but I would still love a comment down below. Tell me what you think of these oldies but goodies. But as always, guys, thank you for watching and listening. It really means a lot to me. Sleep tight and don't let 42 bite.